Good morning, everybody. Welcome to my first ever Surgeathon. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a long day, but it's all good. We're going to have a good time today. And we're going to see how many quilt tops we can get made in one day. I have everything staged out, ready to go. I have to get myself threaded up here. And boy, howdy. This is a little different than the way I normally do a live stream. So welcome, 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 everybody. I have to get threaded up here, and then we're going to get started serging. Uh-oh. I may have just broke something. It's all good, I think. There we go. Just want to get my camera angle down. There we go. We're going to try that. Okay. Oops, now you can't see me, but that's okay. Just raise it a little bit. Okay. That might be better. There we go. Okay. Can see this. Good. Hoo-wee. So I'm having to change out my thread colors to start with. So that's where I'm going to get going. I'm going to change from my black to my cream. Have some older Serger thread I'm wanting to get used up. And all that fun stuff. Everyone's having a lovely morning. It is cold here in central Illinois. That's for darn sure. I'm going to kick my shoes off, though. Okay. Let's see here. I need to snip this. And I'm only going to have one camera angle today, and I'm already having, well, everybody who knows me knows about one of these camera mounts I've had issues with. And I will have to be changing that today at some point. But it's all good. Okay, and I'm rattling. Oh, hello. Good morning, Linda. Hi, Beverly. Hi, Mara. Hi, Carol. Awesome. Hi, T-Dove. Hi, Christina. So, yes. So, I already have my jelly roll right here. Okay. Now, this is out of a bag of my jelly roll stash where I've cut 2.5-inch strips from leftover remnant ends off of bolts. So these are all in blues. There's 40 strips here, and I'm going to do a regular jelly roll quilt top. I have quite a lot of this stuff set out, and that's where I'm starting at today. Don't know where I'm going to end up. I'm going to make each one I do just a little bit different, and some of them will not even be the jelly roll like we did on Altair Angels. So let me get going here and getting threaded. I'm just going to do a 4-thread overlock. There we go. Now the thread path is ready for some new thread. Lower looper. There's the lower looper. Now I'm going to do the upper looper. I'm just going to do the basic jelly roll quilt. This is going to be my warm-up quilt so that I can get fully awake I haven't had enough coffee yet to talk normally, so I'm sorry. But it's all good. Let's see here. Now I'm going to do needle 02, my rightmost overlock needle. Get that one threaded next. Click. And here we go. I was able to get that one without using the threader. I'll use a threader on this second one. Okay. Alrighty. Should have these cones completely emptied at some point today, because I'm going to make a bunch of quilt tops. They won't all be based on the jelly rolls, but a large part of them are. I'm going to do the regular jelly roll. At some point I'm going to do a rail fence on the using 2.5-inch strips. That makes it so much easier. There we go. Now I'm going to put on my clear foot. This is what I like to use to piece with, is this clear foot. You can see right through it, till right where your fabrics are. Okay. So, my machine set, I'm ready to start serging. Yeehaw! I have my stitch selector at A, overlock position on my wave overlock connector. I have my stitch width at the letter M, and I have my stitch length at 3. And I am ready to start piecing. It's that easy to do. The great thing about piecing with a serger, guess what? You never have to fill a bobbin, because your bobbin is an entire cone of thread. Okay. And this camera is going to give me fits. I can see that already. So I'm going to move it, change the position a little bit. There we go. It's going to come right over here. Sorry about this, folks. Okay. And I'm going to go grab the tripod and get it over here and ready. Be right back. Almost there. Almost there. Okay. Oh, awesome. Hi, Bruce. Okay. All right. Woohoo. Nothing like getting your adrenaline going, having to move a bunch of wires around. But here we go. We're going to get started on quilt top number 1, which is lovingly referred to as a 1600 quilt. 40 strips, 40 2.5-inch strips equal 1,600 inch linear inches of fabric, and that's why it's called the 1600 quilt. And we're going to get started. Okay. And let's just try one more camera angle before I do start the surgeon. Okay. There we go. That might be a good one to do too. So we're going to leave that one right there for right this second. Get the one completely out of my face. Okay, so here we go. I've pre-sorted these so all like color, like fabrics will be sewn one right after another. So here we go. 40 2.5-inch strips of fabric equals one quilt top. Alrighty. And I'm just going to get started. The first strip, I'm going to cut it in half. Mirror you. Guess I should have grabbed a sharper pair of scissors while I was up too. Well, I'll get that on my first break. So, the first half of strip that I start with, I'm going to put it to the side because I'm not using it. So here's my firstie, and I'm just going to start serging these all together in one big long continuous piece. I can see right now I have to move my microphone cord or I'll rip it off of my shirt as the fabric starts moving. There we go. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to get started. Okay. So, right sides together, and then I'm just going to chain piece all of these 40 strips as I'm going in one big, long, continuous piece. This is a fun one here. It's kind of denim colored with diamonds and card symbols on it, and yeah, wait a minute now. Is all this right? Make sure everything. I guess I should check my stitches before I get too far. Nope, that was a perfect. Yeehaw. All is good. Okay. And I'm going to move this up here in feeding position now that we're all set up. And we're off. We have officially begun. Everything is set up. And we're going to get all 40 of these strips sewn together lengthwise. Now, some of you have already seen me do this, but this is what I'm calling my warm-up quilt top for today's Surgeathon, 16 hours. It will end at approximately midnight tonight, Central Standard Time. This is an ombre. See how it's shades go in and out? That's kind of cool fabric, right? Well, that's what I'm using next. These are totally, I would totally consider this one, it is going to be a scrappy quilt. Because these did not come pre-packaged in a jelly roll. It's what extra strips from other projects and remnants from bolts that I cut up into 2.5-inch strips. And then I just put them in a bag. And I still have a lot in that bag. We'll see if I have to dig back into it tonight. Maybe not. Let's see here. Hopefully I haven't got none of these twisted. I'm still not fully awake. I used to be a morning person. I would get up at 4 or 5 o'clock every morning, commute into the office, and then fight rush hour traffic at 5 p.m. Denver time. This was Denver, Colorado. And fight rush hour traffic trying to get home every night. So, but now, especially since COVID hit, and this pandemic stuff, I'm not the morning person I used to be. And that's okay. I do find I get way more accomplished if I will just set an alarm and get up like I did this morning at 6:37, something like that. That's when I got up. What's really great about doing this on a serger is that the cutting blade, it actually cuts the selvages off while I'm piecing, so that eliminates an entire step of the process right there. There's the selvage. It's really cold here, but the sun is really shining bright, so that makes it a little more bearable, I guess. For so many days here in north central Illinois, I think it was almost 2 weeks without seeing the sun, and that's kind of hard to cope with. I like seeing the sunlight. I don't care if it is 0 degrees or below 0. At least let me see the sunlight, please. Okay. That's some cute fabric. Check out the pattern in this fabric. It's really, make a nice shirt too, but check that out. Pretty cool, right? Have no idea how this is going to turn out. That's the great thing about a jelly roll quilt like this. It's kind of a serendipitous surprise at the end. And I like that. I really do. I like serendipity in my quilting. I had several of these. Wow. Okay. And as you've probably figured out, I really kind of stuck with a blue theme for this particular this particular quilt top. I thought it would look nice. All different shades, some light, some super bright, so we'll see how it ends up. Just had one strip of this though, but that's really cute. I really like that fabric. Porcelain. Yeah. Not enough writing in the selvage to tell what manufacturer that one came from. And this is like a blender, a cotton blender. I have several strips of this. Oop. Okay. Trying to keep my eye on the chat board also whilst I'm doing this. I really like this marbled fabric. I really like that too. Love it looks like it's got texture in it. It's kind of cool. Totally dig that. And that is, don't know which one that's from. Maybe one of the other strips will show me. Let's see. No. No luck on that one. I know these fabric strips were from fabric collections from probably 3 to 4 years ago. Something like that. Probably more like 2 to 3 years ago. I don't know. This one's kind of cosmic. Those are actually, the fabric had Aurora Borealis lights in it. Probably going to put in some new needles. I was sewing heavy elastic on here yesterday, and I'm going to have to change needles out at some point here because it's making just a little bit of a noise. So you can hear that click. Yeah, I'm going to put new needles. As soon as I finish this run, I'm going to put 2 new needles in. And that should clear that little clicky sound right up. Let's see here. And here we go. Here's another one. Oh, wait a minute. That one is really narrow. I'd miscut that when I cut that one. So that one will go to the side. Well, that'll be interesting because that'll mean I'm one strip short. I may have to go to my goodie bag and dig out another strip here at the very end. These are yummy blueberries. Love this fabric too. Check this out. Right there. Pretty cool blueberries. Okay. And if you've watched many YouTube videos, I'm sure you've heard this before. So I'm just going to say it. If you like what you're seeing, please hit the subscribe button and right next to it, the bell. And that way you'll be notified when my next YouTube Live is scheduled and getting ready to start. I'm going to be doing a variety of YouTube lives. My next one is going to be on spinning fiber into yarn. That is my next live video that I'm going to get on my YouTube schedule. I'm sitting here in my studio in our little quilt and fiber shop here in North Central Illinois. It's called Fiber Fair. We're located in Henry, Illinois. Twisty, twisty, not a good thingy. It's pretty hard to mess up the first run on this. The others, yeah, you can get them out of whack. But in our little shop, it's a small quilt shop, and we have yarn, spinning and weaving supplies, spinning wheels, knitting, crochet hooks from Norway. Lots of really fun and cool stuff. And we're always getting new stuff in too. I'm slowly getting everything put on our website, www.quiltsbydale.com, where if you don't live close, you can still shop with us. Getting close to the first one being over with. Getting this first run done, and then I'm going to walk over to the ironing board and grab one more strip of fabric. Here we go. Here we go. This is the last one of this. This is a really cool, it's like a blue bamboo. Check that out. There we go. Okay. And I got to add one more strip of fabric to this. I'll be right back. There we go. And one more strip of fabric. That does equal 40 strips. This clippy back on here. And now, the really fun part, I get to cut all of these strips I've sewn together apart so they're one continuous long strip. So, I'm going to take the end of the one that I just finished on And I'm going to put it under the presser foot to hold it in place. And then as I'm pulling these off of here, I'm going to move this a little bit, try to get a little bit better view for you. Because if you take a little bit of extra time doing this, life becomes oh so much easier. So my goal is to not get it twisted so I have a knot in it when I start sewing it back together. So I'm going to clip several apart. I'm just going to work them off. And I'm going to pull them off and put them into a nice tidy pile down here on the floor beside me. Okay? And I want this face down. Because when I get to the other end, I'm going to layer it right up here and then sew the edges of the whole thing together in half. So I'm going to pull it with the fabric face down, nice and straight. And this is the only way I know to keep it nice and even. So here we go. And this isn't bad. This doesn't take that long to do. It's part of the fun. It's part of the experience. 2, 3, 4, 5. The thing is, if I keep this in the same orientation as I'm pulling it through my hands, it'll line up perfectly without there being a twist at the end of my next run. And if that happens, it's okay. It's easy to fix. It usually happens at least once to me, and I've done this a bazillion times. Seems like, anyway. It's one of my favorite ways, though, to make a fast and easy quilt top. Because you can literally do this in about 2 hours, just make one of these tops. So my goal today is to make a minimum of 8 quilt tops. That's what I'm shooting for today. Might be more, but I will do at least 8. Some of the others are a little slower than this, because I'll have to take some of these strip sets I make over to the cutting table and cross cut them, but you'll see what I mean later on today about that. And we're going. We're a-moving. Woohoo. There's the next cut. And there we go. During this stage, I also like to make sure that I actually did sew all of these strips together with the right sides together. I have done that before too. I may have done that at the very beginning. We'll find out here in just a couple of minutes. But it's okay if you do. You just cut it apart and re-sew the seam together. It's not the end of the world. Thing about it, doing it on the serger makes that step pretty darn easy. Easy peasy. There we go. There you go. And another one. Back to that beautiful blue ombre. That's really a beautiful color. That color graduation is really nice. Oh, we're getting super close to the end. I mean super close. I mean super duper close. Woohoo! Yeehaw! Okay, let's cut that one apart. And there we go. Now, by keeping it like this, face down in the palm of this hand, when I get here to the end, I can just lay it right on top of the piece from the other end. And it's ready to roll. It's ready to sew. We're going to sew all of those back together down this one long raw edge of the strip, the whole length. So by sewing them all together end to end, that gave us approximately 1,600 inches in length. So this seam will be 800 inches in length. And as we keep doing this and progressing down, it'll be cutting the length of that down approximately in half each time we go. I'm going to get me a sip of coffee here, clean up my scraps. There's all my little selvage scraps. And we'll be ready to do round number 2. That was round number 1. And here we go. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, that's right. I need to change my needles. Last night I was sewing some elastic onto a garment. So I want to change my needles out real quick because if you heard it earlier, it was making a little bit of a noise. So it needs a couple of new needles in it. Now this is a Baby Lock Triumph Serger. And this is my go-to needle for it right here. It's a size 80-12 Type J ELX 705. Those are the needles that the Triumph Serger uses. The magic number to look for is right there, ELX 705. There's several different types of ELX 705s. This is the one I use the most. It just works for me. Okay, so there's my 2 needles. I'm going to swap out my needles real quick, which means I'll have to rethread my needles, but that's okay. Do this real quick. Then we'll be good to go for the rest of the day as far as threading, changing needles, and serging and all that. Okay. I don't have to unthread my loopers because they're already threaded. Now let me just swap out these 2 needles. This will not take long. Okay, those are in. Now there's one. I just threw it in the waste basket. Those two needles have sewn a lot of stuff this last week, let me tell you. They earned their keep. Okay. There we go. There's one in. This will be needle number 2. Big thing about changing a needle, whether it's in a serger or a sewing machine, you want to make sure they're fully inserted all the way up. Otherwise, you're not going to get a good stitch formation. There we go, right there. There we go. Okay. And you can always know if you have them fully up because the needle to the left is higher up in that needle bar than the needle to the right. So they're angles. So the tips, this is your left needle, your right needle, they're kind of like that. They're not even at the bottom. So that's something to always look at when you're putting in needles in your serger. They should never be level with each other. If they are, something is off somewhere. Okay. So, now I'm going to get my needles threaded. And with this Triumph serger, it's pretty easy to do. There's one needle threaded because it has air threading for the needles as well as the loopers. And all you do, once you push that threader down, you just hold the thread in front of the eye of the needle, and the air pulls it right on through that eye for you. Easy peasy. And now, that should have got rid of that noise I was hearing. Because now we are ready to start serging again, woohoo. And we're going to get started and get round number 2 on this quilt top completed. The first one takes the longest. Each one in succession takes half as long as the previous round. So here we go. Here we go. No, wait a minute, no. Yes, that's right. Okay. Bring you up. Perfect. And with the settings I have on the machine, I'm just letting this raw edge barely graze the cutting blade. And that will give me a perfect 1/4 inch seam. You could raise the blade, but it acts as a good marker to make sure you keep it right where it's supposed to be. that took out that little clicking noise. So once you learn how to listen to your machine, whether it's a sewing machine or a serger or a quilting machine, it'll talk to you. The sounds that they make have pretty distinctive sounds, and that's how you'll know when it's time to change needles and stuff like that, just by listening to them. And all I'm doing is just lining it up. I'm not watching the needles, I'm watching back here. Making sure everything gets lined up back here, and it'll just glide right on through. What I like to do here, I just like to pull these up together from my pile and place them in my lap as I go. It just seems to me, it makes it, you don't have all that drag on it as it's coming up off the floor. And you're just kind of pre-getting them in the right orientation to feed them through the machine. Easy peasy. See how much nice and smooth that went? Went so smoothly through. Just by taking a little time. Oops, come back here, you. And not getting them perfectly lined up, but getting them in the right orientation to feed through the machine makes a world of difference. There we go. These quilts, these quilts you make using this technique, because they piece up so quickly, you can actually have them completely pieced, quilted, and the binding on in one day, literally. And they make great gifts. They make great charity quilts. I'll be talking more about that in a future video about charity quilts and stuff. Move that back a little bit. I was getting a big pile right there, wasn't I? And no, I don't press until after. This type of quilt, I do not press it until the quilt top is completely done. There's truly no need to. Okay, time to line some more up. Oh, I see the end, woohoo! Round number 2. It's getting close. Okay. And no twist. So there's the end of it right there. And see how it lines up perfectly? So when I talk about getting a twist in it, sometimes it can have a knot in it right here if you don't have everything lined up perfectly from the beginning. But we don't have to worry about that on this one. I'm going to finger press this where this meets, right here where it's doubled over, because I'm going to snip this. And there we go. And after all of that, that's all of my trimmings right there, is that little bit. That's all the trimmings I got. Okay, so I'm going to grab my larger scissors because those have a curve to them and I don't want to put a curve into this cut. Walk right over here, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Then all I'm going to do is see here, I've serged it to the edge, and now, see this little fold right here? I'm just going to cut it with my scissors, right here like this, just up to the seam, not through it, and then when I open it up, check it out. Got a nice straight edge. Alright. And now we're going to do the slippy slidey thing all the way back down. And this time it gets a little bit trickier. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep these folded in half this time. Okay. And as I'm pulling off, I'm going to keep my seam lines and the seam over here to the right as I pull it off into the floor. Okay? So I just want to make sure I pull it off in this manner right here. The seam line is up here towards this part of my hand. And I'm just going to go like this all the way down. And we're almost there. That one was much quicker than the first one. And there it is, the end of round number 2. Now we're moving to round number 3. Woohoo! So, here's where you have to be a little careful. If you mess up, Lord knows I do all the time. So, right there is how they would line up on top of each other. So, we're going to open this one up on top, and it would go like that. Then we're going to open this one up. Come on. Right there. And those should fit right there like that together. They fit, but we'll know when we get to the other end if we have a twist or not. I don't think we will. And then we're going to seam down this one side, all the way back down, and keep on going. Keep on keeping on. It's the name of the game. Okay. Now here I'll bring some up into my lap, but we'll have to open these up as we go. Gives me some to work with. Keep adding these on all the way to the end. And what I've just done now, as you can see, you just repeat this process until you end up with 32 strips sewn together. Okay? That's the magic number. So you're actually going to do this 2, 4, 8, 2, 4, 8, 16. 5 times. There's 5 steps, I think. I always get confused when I try to count it in my head, especially this without having enough caffeine. Yes, I blame everything on lack of caffeine, can't you tell? It's all good. Okay. Here we go. Check something out here real quick. Okay. And we're going to keep on keeping on. I like saying that. I also call these type of quilt tops, it's a serendipitous type of quilt top. Because you never really know what it's going to look like until you get done. That's part of the fun, right? That is part of the fun. Now the next one I do, I'm going to use a commercially packaged pack of jelly rolls. And that way you can see the difference. These were out of my scrap bags. All of these. And by scraps, I mean I cut all the strips for this one out of end bolt remnants. Actually, with these, some of these will be charity quilts, but some of these will be next year's holiday presents. So I'm getting an early start. A real early start on my Christmas sewing. Make wonderful birthday and wedding gifts. There's so much you could do with them, oh my goodness. This pulled up. Here we go. That's right, from the opposite side of the serger. Change that after this run. I think I will. I think I will, Mike. Yes, I will. We're getting there. We're over halfway done with this, with round number 3. This is our 3rd round. Yes, 3rd round. Our 6th step, our 3rd step, round number 3. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat menu. I am keeping my eye on it. Oh, good morning, Dawn. And we are on round number 3 of our jelly roll quilt. Round number 3. Woohoo! Yes, so Alexis, in the beginning, I don't use when I'm piecing the strips together, I just make sure I cut off the selvages. I don't use any set seam allowance. There's no set seam allowance on that. Not on the very first. Because the goal of that way you don't have to physically cut off the allowances. So that very first one, it can vary. It could be a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch. It really doesn't matter on that one. For instance, the first step on this one I'm working on right now, here are some of my cuttings. Check it out. There's what I trimmed off while I was sewing strips together, right there. That's about 1/2 inch. It doesn't matter. The goal is to get the selvages completely cut off and trimmed off. After that, everything is a 1/4 inch. looky there. We're getting close. I don't want to look yet to see if I have the dreaded twist knot, but we'll see. We'll see here in just a second. The end of round 3 is coming up on this particular quilt. Did I? Yeah, I'm almost there to see. And I got the twist in it. Yes, I did, didn't I? Let me just make sure here. That opened up. Yep. So as you can see, there's a twist in it, so I'm just going to have to eyeball it and cut it and then trim it. So once you get a twist in the end, and when you do one of these, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. See how I just did that? Just snipped it. Now I can undo the twist, sew it together. Boy, and that was really close. I mean, I'm off like 1/8 of an inch. But that 1/8 of an inch is important, so. Now I'm going to have to trim this edge. So when I open this up, you can see there's just that little bit, just that 1/8 of an inch right there. So I'm going to have to trim these two off 1/8 of an inch. Bring over a rotary cutter and a ruler. Didn't plan on that. There we go. Alrighty. Now, I am going to just angle this down a little bit. You can see what I'm doing here. Just going to stretch it out. This is one of those rulers that has the the gritty filliness on the back of it. It really grips the fabric well. I really love these. There we go. That's all lined up. I'm just going to trim that off. See, that's all I had to trim, just that little sliver. And we're good to go. Now, let's hope we don't do it again. But here's my colors so far. Woohoo. Okay, so now I'm going to open it up and put it under the foot. And I'm going to take my time. Thought I had the last one right, but okay, so that's one out of 3. This is round number 4. We're getting ready to start. And I'm just going to kind of open it up as I go, and I'm going to keep this edge right here pointed towards me as I pull it down into the floor. And that way it will line up. Okay. I will answer the questions in just a moment. I'm going to focus on this really intently so I don't get a knot in the end on this row here. Okay, see how much quicker that was? Okay, so I'm just going to line those up, and then I'm going to look up here because I saw some comments coming in. Yes, it's usually in that third row where I get that twist. Good morning, Tanya. So, yeah, Linda, this ruler, it's double-sided, so one side is slick, okay? And the other side, and it's got black printing on this side. When you flip it over, it's yellow, and it's called Reverse a Rule. And it is made by, right here is the name on it. Oops. I think it is made by Quilters Select, though, quite honestly, because I have another one that has this on it, and it's a Quilters Select ruler. Love those. This is all rough, like sandpaper. The entire side is. When you lay that on your fabric to rotary cut, it is not going to move one bit. It will not slip. Okay. So, going to start round number 4. Here we go. Get those edges lined up nice and neat. Okay. I'm going to get it started. And then we're off. I think after this one, I've only got 2 more runs to make, and this one will be done. The first one of the day. Woohoo! And it's going right along now. Boy, howdy. Okay. Okay, I need coffee. Oh, I just saw it. You can see my newest yoga pants I made. That's what I got done yesterday. So I had to change the needles because of my elastic. I tried a new method for putting elastic on. I really like the result of it. Okay. So I have a lot of new content coming up, not only for our Baby Lock Angels, Altair Angels group, but also for YouTube. I'm going to start doing a lot more filmed and edited videos, especially for machine-specific things. In addition to my lives. My live streams on Facebook are not going away. And I am going to be doing more live streams here on YouTube as well. And then I can explore some of the other things and share some of the other things that I love to do, such as weaving and spinning and all that fun stuff. Hope everyone is having an awesome Saturday. Does anybody have any plans for today? It is beautiful and sunny here, but it is so cold. It is really cold. Very cold. The sun is shining bright though. I can take the cold as long as I see some sun. No twisty in this one. I didn't think it would. Alrighty. Now I'm just going to finger press this top edge where this will fold over. Let me get up a little closer. It'll be easier to do. There we go. All right, that is the end of round number 4. And there's just 2 more to go. So in total, there are actually 6 steps to making this in total. Okay, I'm going to lay this out flat before I snippy snip. And yes, I could use a rotary cutter and a ruler, but you know what? Then I wouldn't get to use my beautiful, my favorite Tula Pink shears, which I dearly love. And there we go. Okay. There's that one. Now, once again, we're going to line them up for the next row. That under there. So these are 8 wide now. And remember, we're going to end up with 32. When I sew this one together, that will be 16 wide. And one more will make 32. And that will give you approximately around a 51, 52 inch by 64, 65 inch quilt top. Just opening this one up as I go. Almost there. Back to the top. Alrighty. Now, line them up and get started on round number 5. There's my trimmings. Not much. They're just like threads. They're so thin. Okay. Now this run's only like 100, 102 inches, something like that. Come on, there you go. Sometimes you just got to talk to it to get those edges to line up. You just got to talk nice to it sometimes. Give it a little sweet talking. Okay. There we go. There we go. If you have a lot of weight hanging off the table, it can actually create what's called drag, and it will pull your fabric to one side as you're sewing. Same thing when you're free motion quilting, so that's not a good thing to have happen. That's why I like to fiddle with it just a little bit in my lap. That keeps the weight of it off of the, greatly reduces the drag while you're sewing, so to speak. That is actually what it's called. Okay. Come on, you. Giddy up and go. One thing I love about piecing quilt tops on a serger, well, there's more than one thing. A, you have an endless bobbin because your bobbin is whatever is on a cone of thread. And the thread I have on, you have at least a 2,000 yard bobbin. So it's my most favorite thing about it. Not the most. Another equally important thing is that when you serge piece a quilt top, it's covering all the edges, so you're not going to get any raveling. It protects the edge, all the raw edges in the piecing from starting to ravel. I mean, and that's important because a lot of us will make a bunch of quilt tops, and it might be a couple years before we actually get one quilted out of our stack of tops. And that's where that really comes important as well. A, I think it's faster. And B, it is nice that the built-in knife cuts off all your thread tails and stuff like that. So that's important. And while I'm doing a 4-thread overlock, there are other setups you can use to do this with. So this one I have done with a 4-thread overlock. The next one I am going to do, let's see here, what do I want to do with the next one? And round 4 is now done. Round 5 is done. I have one more round and this quilt top will be complete. Okay. So, I'm now going to just finger press this one out, because then I'm just going to cut it with my scissors. And you know what? You might not believe it, but it gives a really accurate cut, a good straight cut. Just by making sure that you finger press this right here. Now, the whole goal of this, for me, is to not to have to continuously take breaks to iron. That's the beauty of a jelly roll quilt. If you want to, you can do that. I know this is probably killing some of you, seeing me not press in between steps. When you do yours, you can do it any way you want to. But I'm just trying to show you to think outside the box a little bit, because traditionally in quilt making, you press between every step. If you don't do that, the only person that's going to know is you. Okay? I do press it, but I press these after I have completely pieced the top. So here's what it's looking like so far. One more row to go. One more round, and this one will be finished. So, I'm just going to put it in the floor. I'm going to prop this up. Then I'm going to find my other edge. Okay. To bring up here to the top. Okay. Oh, wait a minute now. That's okay. Funny how that one worked out. This will have the same fabric all the way across the center. And that's okay. Yeah, that works. You just never know until you sew these together. You can try to pre-plan the layout all you want, but there's always going to be little surprises when you piece one of these as far as that goes. I found just to go with the flow, let serendipity happen. And that's a good thing. Serendipity is a good thing. This is my last run. Woohoo. And to meet my 8 quilt top goal, I'm ahead of schedule. I got that number by allowing 2 hours per top. As you can see, it's 23 minutes before the hour, 10 o'clock where I'm at. And I'm going to have one done in under 2 hours, about 1 hour and 45 minutes or a little less than that. Can't beat that. I mean, you could. Excuse me. That, and it's not officially done yet. I have to cut this last cut across the top here. Okay. And this is actually the sides of the quilt where all these strips, where I'm cutting this at. It's actually the sides. And you know, once it's quilted, or once you've pressed it, you can square it up if you want to. There'd be very little to do. You could actually do that squaring up process on these. I do it after it's quilted because you got to square it up then anyway. So just quilt it out, square it up, and then bind it. Unless you're going to add a border onto it, which is totally feasible to do. Then you'd want to square it up good before you added a border, before you quilted it. Angle this over. There we go. And just up to this last line, you snip that fabric to right there and stop. Okay? Do not clip into the seam line. When you open it up, okay, are you ready? Quilt number 1 for today. Quilt top number 1, people. Woohoo! Oops. Let me get my... There we go. I'm going to back up this camera. Raise it up a little bit. There we go. Okay. Quilt top number 1 on the Surgeathon. Is that right? Yep. I was off somewhere because it's not quite the right size it should be, but that's okay. I think, no, it's right. Let me do a quick measurement here. Let's see what this is. I'll do an approximation measurement. Nope, that's right. It just, gosh and golly, didn't look quite right for some reason. 24, 48. Yep. Okay, quilt top number 1 is complete. Alrighty. Now I gotta go grab some more fabric, and we will be doing another one. I'm just gonna lay this right here. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and I'll be right back. Okay, quilt top number 1 is complete. Okay. Okay. I'm going to just hang this up here on the screen. Okay. There we go. Here's one. I'm going to change the camera to a different angle for this next round. Okay. And let's see here. I want to move it back to this one. There we go. Okay. And let's see, where do I want that one at? So that's going to be pretty stable right there. So, going to move this one to right there, I think. Oops. There we go. Okay. Going to have a little bit different view on this one. I'll change this up each time a little bit. Okay. I'm going to check the comment section before we get started on the next one. Ooh-wee. This is fun. I'm enjoying this. So, let's see here. Oh. That's awesome. Yes, one quilt top down, at least 7 more to go. That is my goal. So this next one is going to be made out of charm squares. I have these Tonga treats. There's 2 different sets of charm squares. I have new jelly rolls and pre-cuts coming into the shop towards the end of next week. Oops, I am so excited. Oop, ouch. So on my shop, I also just got these in. These are 60-inch sewing tape measures with centimeters on one side, inches on the other. It's black on silver. Super easy to read, super soft. Love these. These just came in this last week. So, and that's at www.quiltsbydale.com. So, I actually picked all of these up. Oop, Tonga Treats. Yes, they are Tonga Treats by Timeless Treasures. Okay? And they're called Tonga Treats. Designed by Daniela Stout down in Southern California. Super nice lady. Love her. She has a beautiful shop too. Pretty close to Eleanor Burns' shop down there. They're in the same general vicinity. Not the same town, but they're close. I'm just going to whack these off. These are actually batiks also. Okay, so I have 40 of each stack here. And I am going to make, I'm actually going to do, what am I actually going to do, Richard? I am just going to do a checkerboard fashion for this one, okay? So I'm going to take, just off the top of the stacks, one from each stack and sew them together to start with. Trying to get this, there we go. Over this way, right here. There we go. One from each stack using a 1/4 inch seam. And I'm just going to pick them up and start going with, I'm just going to go for it. Okay. Of course, a charm square are 5-inch squares of fabric. Something I really like to work with these as well. And a great thing about batiks, there's usually not a wrong side Oh, I see something I just did though. I thought that felt kind of thick. I just sewed, there were 2 layers there of the light, so I get to rip this out now. Yeehaw. My favorite thing to do on a serger is rip out stitches, not. But I have to. Okay, so I'm going to do it my method. There are easier methods, but I'm going to do it the fastest method that I can. Because as soon as I can get at least 1 layer off, I'm just going to stitch right back over it. And then it's all good. It truly is not any harder to rip out than a traditional seam. It's just a little messier, that's all. There we go. See, easy peasy. It's going to pull off the excess thread now and get going again. Okay. And here we go. Alrighty. I saw my peripheral vision. I saw my coffee cup starting to rotate, wanting to like slowly move to the edge of the table over there. We're not going to let that happen. Okay. And now we're off again. Yes, I was looking to see if I could tell the difference between the sides, and the wonderful thing about batiks, because of the heavy dyeing and everything, if you mess up and do what you might consider the wrong side, there's very little difference between the two. I'm just going to keep on keeping on here. Are you tired of me saying that yet? And once again, I am sewing charm squares together. I had 2 charm packs, and I'm just sewing them together. Each one had 40 squares in it. And right now I'm thinking of just doing like a checkerboard fashion with it. We'll see, that might change here in a moment. Never know. Just lining up the raw edges and feeding them through. Easy peasy sewing. And see, if I wasn't doing this live stream, I would have Netflix on. Don't tune away. You can watch Netflix. Just leave this up running in the background so you can hear me if I scream for help. Never know. I might sew the cuff of one of my shirts into this, like right there. Puffy, you just got up. Good morning, sleepyhead. Come here. Come here. Yes. Oops. Come here. Come here, Bubby. Come here. Oh, there you go. Okay, say hello to everybody. Good morning, everybody. Yes, you're just a little wakey, and you're all lovey first thing in the morning, I know. Yes. Yes, he gets so excited in the morning. He'll wake up, and I'll already be downstairs, and he'll come running and hunting for me. So I have to give it as he sticks his paw in my mouth. Yes, who's a good boy. Yes, you are. Goodness. Cough up that hairball. There you go, Bubs. There you go. Go play. Okay. So, okay, he's so full of energy. He'll be 8 years old in May, but boy, he is an energetic little puppy. He's my little bubby. I love him to death. Love him more than beans and rice. And here we are. We're serging on some batik charm squares. Okay. Come here, you. Being very careful not to sew 3 layers of fabric together now after my other little snafu. And it is 10 o'clock Central Time. I already have my first quilt top finished over 15 minutes ago. So I am ahead of my internal goal that I have set for myself. And I'm so happy. We'll see if I can keep up the momentum. I'm sure at some point I'm going to start slowing down a little bit, but we'll see. You never know. Maybe I can do more than 8 quilt tops today on this round. I think I can. I think I can. It would be nice if I didn't. Talking gibberish now. Okay, it's too early in this to be doing that, Richard. Make complete sentences, okay? Okay. I like this color. This is nice. It's a spotted batik, but it's got like Ooh, it reminds me of coffee. I mean, check this out. I really like that one. I'd buy a whole bolt of that. I like that. Okay. Keeping on, keeping on. Doo, 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 doo. The first step in any quilting piecing process seems to always take the longest, and that's okay. It's all good. So let's see, I have 80 charm squares. I don't even know what size I'm going to make this. I hadn't even thought of that. Let me think here. So, 8 times 8 is 64. 9 times 9 is 81. So I'm going to go 9 times 9, and I will cut one charm square, one batik. I will cut another square of a batik fabric that will go with this. And then I can make it 9 by 9, which would be how big? 9 times 4.5. Yeah, it'll be a nice wall hanging size. It's all good. That's what it's going to be, though. Not going to worry about it. No, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. There we go. Puppy, where are you? Puffy? Okay. Well, he came down and said hello and went back upstairs and went back to bed, I guess. Imagine that. I don't blame him. The bed upstairs, it has an electric mattress pad on it, and he really likes that, especially on these cold days. We film the studio right here where we film. This is on the first floor of our old Victorian home built in 1881. The first floor is also our quilt shop and spinning and weaving shop. We also do sewing machine repairs and services, long arms, sergers, all that stuff. Before I finish this one, I will just go grab a fat quarter out of the shop of a batik fat quarter to cut this extra square that I'm going to need for this little quilt top here. It's another nice, rich, coffee-colored print. Check that out. Okay, so I keep bringing up the word coffee. I wonder if that's like my subconscious telling me to drink more caffeine. I think it is. Okay. Come here, you. There we go. I heard you puffin'. What you doing, bub? Huh? Puffy, come here. There you are. I hear you. I hear your jangles on your collar. Yes, who's my good boy? Hmm? Good puffin'. Your daddy's good boy. Daddy loves you. Yes, who's my good boy? Okay. Yep, I need you two in right there. This is a beautiful aqua-colored batik print. When I get all of these sewn together, I am going to go grab a fat quarter. Because I have to cut one more 5-inch square to make it come out to 9 by 9 squares. That way I don't have any leftovers for this little project here. This might be one that I add a border to. So that being said, do I want a fat quarter or some yardage? Thinking. As I'm sewing on the Serger. Okay. Come here, you. Come on. There we go. Okay. I don't know. What do I want to do here? Let's see. Oh, I've got an extra square for some reason. That can be scary. So I may not need to cut another one then. I'll know when I finish this and do a count. So we shall see. Okay, so I had one square left over. So as long as I have 40 units, then I will have 81 squares, which will be enough to do the method. And all I'm doing here, I'm just cutting my threads and stacking them. It's 3, 4, 5. Look, I can count. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. I should have one more stack of 20, and that would be my 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Did I miscount the first stack? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, I see what I did. Yes, I did it again. I sewed 2 of the colored batiks on, so there's 3 pieces there. So that's why I ended up with more than what I should have. I mean, not enough. So that's not an extra one, so I will have to cut another one. So, that being said, I'm going to cut these out. I'm going to peel up the top layer. See, this is a good lesson that everybody has to rip stitches at some point or another. And this is the second time I've had to rip on this one. So I've already made 2 boo-boos. Okay. I got that started. Now I'm going to peel this up. Come on, you. My fingers aren't wanting to work good this morning. There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. That will make 22 stacks of 20, which will equal 40. Now we'll just sew these 2 back together. And then sew these 2 together. And then I have those two 40-pack charm squares sewn together. Okay. Alrighty. Now, I need one more charm square. I'll be right back. Oops. As soon as I unplug the microphone from myself. There we go. I actually had a chunk of batik in here on the cutting table. I'm just going to cut me off a 5-inch square off of this. And that will work just fine. Okay. Let's see here. I've been cutting off of this end. So, I'm going to use the 5-inch marks on this ruler. Do a little bit of cutting. Okay. I can't find my smaller one, or I would have used it. Oh, the joys of having too much stuff and never putting it back where it should go, so you can search for it for the millionth time. I'm sure I'm the only one that does that, right? Okay. Now, perfect. So there's my extra. I now can make my little quilt top 9 squares by 9 squares. Okay. Going to check on the... Okay, mouse, where did you go? There you are. Okay. I'm going to check on the chat box before I get started back in. Oh, hi, Dory. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Linda. I know. Sometimes my fingers don't work really well, but... Oh, awesome, Vicky. Just looking. Okay, so we're going to get started back in. Getting ready to go. Hi, Donna. Hi, Donna. All right. So what I'm working on now is using charm squares to make a small quilt. Tanya, I've done that too, and like, what was it I was trying to find yesterday? And it was, oh, I have a little portable scale that to weigh packages on. And I looked and I looked and I looked for it. I needed it by my computer, and Mike found it beside my computer with a piece of fabric on top of it. I just knew I had just buried it in a pile of yarn or fabric somewhere, and I was half right. It happens. Okay, so I've now taken the charm squares and I have 2 stacks of 20 right here. So what I'm going to end up with is 9 rows of 9. And I'm going to hold on to this until the very end. So right now, I'm just going to get myself, how am I going to do that? I'm going to get 8 rows of 9. Yes, that's how I'm going to do it. So I'm going to take 1 piece from each stack, and then I'm going to see it. And then that's what I'm going to do. So my first quilt is right here, my first quilt top today. And I'm going to spread it out a little better. I did this one in approximately an hour and 45 minutes. And I'm just going to hang it up over my screen here. That is quilt top number 1 for the day. There we go. So there's quilt top number 1 right there. Okay. So I'm going to get back and get this one done. What time is it? It's only 10:22. You know what? I think I can have this one done by 11:15. I'm setting a new goal for myself. When I planned this, I thought, well, I will shoot for making a quilt top every 2 hours. So far, I'm ahead of that schedule. This one should put me even better ahead, I think. So I'm just going to alternate the light and the dark blocks. Okay. I'm going to do it checkerboard fashion. And quite honestly, I will probably end up putting some type of a little border on this after the fact. I don't know yet. I'm just going to leave it as is for right now. And that's right. Is that right? Yes. Okay, let me think here what I just did. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. These two would go together next. Right. I want to keep them pretty close to the same because I have the way I'm going to mix them. We'll see how well that goes. Try to be consistent when I do this. At least for each step. I'm not going to worry about the big picture because with a serger, I go for serendipity. What happens, happens. Come here, you. There we go. And once again, I will not press between each step. Pressing comes after the fact when I do it, when I do these types of quilt tops on a serger. That first quilt top was made entirely out of scraps. I have a scrap bag of 2.5-inch strips. When I get down to like a quarter or half a yard or whatever on a bolt, I will just cut it up into 2.5-inch straps and put them into a big bag to use in some type of project later, and those were dug out of that. My next one I'm going to do after this one is another one for my scrap bag. I think I'm going to do that one after that. I'm not sure yet. My shipment of jelly rolls I ordered for the shop have not come in yet. I have some jelly rolls that are red, white, and blue. This would be a great way to do patriotic themed colored quilts for Quilts of Valor or Wounded Warrior. I was hoping I would have those in before today so I could have got some of those made up. But that just didn't happen, and that's okay. There'll always be a future event to sew them all together on. Okay. So... So does anybody out there, are you into anything like wool applique, or do you like to work with wool fabric in your quilt making or anything? Just curious. Tell you, I love piecing quilt tops on a serger. You never have to wind a bobbin. It makes it worthwhile doing it on a serger if for no other reason than just for that alone. And it's fun. It's also very accurate. This way. There we go. There we go. Don't want to mess up my chi. There we go. I almost did something where I'd have to rip stuff out again. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't like ripping out stitches. Although on a serger, you just need a good pair of scissors. You just cut them. So I think it's a little easier to rip out on a serger, quite honestly, than it is a sewing machine. Because A, your stitches are not as tiny on a serger as they are on a sewing machine. There's no need for it. God, those are so close, but it goes like this, I think. Is that right? You look at this again here. That is correct. Should be right here. Right here. Okay. And there. And here. Open sesame. Open the uppy. And it goes like this. Okay. There we goes. Okie dokie. And there's round 2 for this one. Now I should end up with 2 stacks of 10. Let's see, it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and stack 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. Alrighty. Now I'm going to sew those together again, 1 from each stack, and then that will give me rows of 8. Right? Yes. And then I'll have to think about it for a minute. So, here we go. No, I asked about wool quilts. I think they're beautiful. I love wool applique. Talk about texture. Make sure I do these kind of sort of just alike so it doesn't throw my theoretical pattern off here. Okay, that's what I did. Okay, that's good. Okay. Oop, right here. There we go. Right there. Oh, thank you, Dory. And, excuse me. Dun, dun. Oh well. So much fun. Oh. Puffin's here somewhere close. Hey, Puffy! There he comes. Come here, Bubby. Come here, boobs. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Oh. Oh. Someone wanted to say hello to the puppy. There he is. You're looking at yourself. Yes, you are. You're looking right into the camera. You're a good dog. Yes. Hi, Marion. This is my good boy. Okay. Oh. Here's Mike getting ready to come downstairs, which means walkies. It's interesting. Our little guys, our little puppies, they're like these little creatures of habit. You know what I mean? They have their own little schedules and all that fun stuff. He first came down when I got up, so he knows, he's figured out that if he plays it just right, he might get double fed. We learned that one pretty quick because he played that really, really good. I would feed him when I get up, and then he'd go back upstairs and go to bed, and then get up when Mike got up. And then if Mike and I didn't communicate first thing, sometimes he would get double breakfast, which he loved that. But we caught on to that little trick pretty quick, so that doesn't work anymore. Okay, there is step number 3 done. Woohoo. Okay, so let's see. I need 2 stacks of 4. 1, 2, 3, I think 4. Let's see. And what? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these 2 is what will be 2 of my outside rows to square it up to 9 by 9. So I'm just setting those 2 to the side. Now, we get to sew the long rows of 8 together. Okay. And if I did this right, it will be the lightest colors with the mid to darkest colors and brightest. It will create a checkerboard. So, quarter-inch seam, okay. And now I'm not going to do any pinning because I was really consistent with my seams. All I'm going to do is just line them up as they come over the bed of the serger. And when I line them up right here, they match perfectly. And then I'm going to flip the top seam towards the serger, and they'll lock in together. Easy peasy. That's all there is to it. And sometimes I don't lock them in together because honestly you really don't need to with this. As long as the 2 seam lines line up, once they get under that foot, they're not going nowhere. And guess what? It's trimming off all my thread tails from where I was piecing. That lined up perfectly. So I'm just going to pull this off of here, just open it up and show you just how nicely those come together. Look at that. Without any pinning or anything. So it's another thing I love about the serger. You really get super consistent seams, and that's the key. That is a key to having everything come out nice and square. So now I'm going to do 2 more together. And you know, I use it, depending on what I'm making, if it's something really intricate, I will pin and press it every step of the way. But sometimes you just want to make a quilt that you don't have to do that on, that you don't have to be so fussy with. Another thing I love, truly love about piecing with the serger. And another one. So I've only got like 4 sets of these to sew together, which is totally cool. Next, after this one, I'm going to get another set of jelly roll strips, and I'm going to make a rail fence on the serger. And what that is, it will require me to get up and do some cutting. But you'll see just how fast you can do a rail fence. If you're wondering what a rail fence is, check it out on Pinterest. You sew strips together and then you cut them down into square blocks. And then the way you rotate them, it'll make like a zigzag steps going down on the diagonal from corner to corner in the quilt. That's what a rail fence is. That's next up past this one. Okay. No, we don't want to sew the two long strips together so it makes a longer strip. I'm doing my side seams now. There's that set done. Now, 1, 2, I'll have 2 stacks of 2 to sew together. 1 from each stack. That keeps them mixed up. Okay. There's 1. I'm going to take the top one from the other stack and sew it together right here. I have not pre-planned how these are going, the colors are going to lay next to each other or anything. That's the serendipitous part of it. Another one, and another one right here. Is that right? Nope, that's not right. Have I made a boo-boo? Why didn't that one? Hold on here. What's up with this? Did I have something flipped? Let me think. I think I got something out of whack. So let me just check this out for a minute here. There's that. I want these two together here. Right? No. No. Okay, so I'm going to have to do this a little bit different way. I got something slightly out to kilter. So it's a good thing I still have two full strips over here. So I'm going to take this piece I've got here and add one to it. I know I get confused really easily, everybody, in case you have not figured that out yet. Okay, so this one, will that line up there? No. No. So I'm going to have to add that onto this side over here. R matey. No. Okay, so what about this one then? I will get it figured out here in just a moment. That will work on that side, right there. Okay, that's where that's going. Right there. Okay. I'll just have to add a strip. I might add another 8-inch strip to what I'm piecing here to make it 9 rows, 9 blocks, 9 rows, and I'll straighten it out with that step. In the meantime, we got to keep on serging on. Keep on a surgeon. Surgeon. Surgeon USA. Oh my goodness. I now know I'm caffeine deficient when I start saying stuff like that. Okay. Now. I need another row. I need to get this thing to fit. Will you fit on here now? Not that way. And not that way. So, okay. I now know what I'm going to do. I'm going to sneak a strip in between these two to make it come out. Can I do that? Yes, I can, because I have 2 of these. So, that will join those 2 pieces that somehow I got out of kilter. So I'm going to sew this one onto here. Okay. Come here. There we go. Okay. Okay. Now, when I bring this up, those will now meet. Yeehaw. How many strips do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I can go ahead and sew this on now. Hey, I've only got 3 seams left, and this one will be done. I'm making it this size because that is the last of those charm square packs I had to make it come out. So yes, I'm going to call this done once I get all of these charm squares sewn together out of those 2 charm square packs that coordinated with each other. And then I'll decide later on down the road, if I want it bigger, I will have to cut some batiks that would blend with this to make it bigger, but don't know that I'm going to do that. We'll see. You never know. You just never know. Okay, back to the end of row of that. Okay, now I'm going to add 1 row across here. So there'll be these darker colors in all 4 corners that way. So I'm going to take my other strip that I have, and here is, out of my stash, a batik I just cut to add to that. I'm going to sew these together right here. Now the great thing about having batiks in a stash, they work, you can always add to your batik stash and the colors will work with each other every single time. So do I want that there? I'm putting too much thought into this. Nope, I want it like that. Okay. So, last row. Last row. I'm just going to go over this one part of the seam where I wavered a little bit, right there. I mean, this is being way too picky. Richard, this is being way too picky. Sorry, I just had an OCD moment. There we go. Okay, I can deal with it now. I can cope with it now. But quilt top number 2. Right here. This would make a very cute little quilt top to quilt and put over a table. Okay, quilt top number 2. Woohoo. It's going to go up on the board in behind me. Hopefully it won't get so heavy it falls over and crushes me, but we'll see. You never know. I doubt it. Okay, there we go. All right, quilt top number 2 down. So I have made 2 quilt tops in 3 hours. I'm right on my mark. I'm doing great. Clean up my mess. Okay. Set my tape down. Okay. So. So Nancy, what you need to do is when you iron that, where the wrinkles are really set in, you need to spritz it with water or with Best Press and steam it. It'll come out. Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you. So I am going to go I'm going to take a 5-minute break and I will be back. And next is a rail fence out of a jelly roll. Okay? A rail fence out of a jelly roll. You heard me correctly. I'll be right back. Okay. Just put that up there too. There we go. Okay, this is the next bit of fabric I'm going to use right here. This is a dragonfly jelly roll. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee and I'll be ready to get started. All right, break time is over. Okay. So no, the seams are not too, Vicky, the seams are not too thick to quilt through. I've done this for years. And I do have a video um, on, I do have a video that is how to achieve a 1/4 inch seam on the serger. Will upload that to YouTube tomorrow. I already have the filming done on it. However, I'm going to type in the name of our Baby Lock Angels group on Facebook. If you don't belong to that, you should. We do at least 3 live streams a week over there. So it's called, oops, that's not it. Okay. Oh God, I can't type. There we go. So there you go. And then if you like any of the stuff you see that I'm doing also, I do have a website, and it's also the shop for our quilt shop here in Illinois, and it is okay, I'm adding new things out of the shop onto our web store daily. So that's also, if you want to sign up for a workshop or a class, you can do it there as well. Okay. So this So what I'm going to do next, I've been hoarding this one. And this is from Canvas Studios. There are 42.5 by 42 inch strips in there. And this is what I'm going to use now to make a rail fence quilt top out of. So I'm just going to open this up. Now, not all jelly rolls that you can purchase are in the round. Some of them are in flat packs like this. So I'm just going to open these up. And what I am going to do, I need 3 color groupings as much as possible. So from dark to light, now, I've never actually done one of these with a jelly roll, but I thought, why not? So these appear to be the darkest strips here. And let me do some math in my head. If I do them 4 strips per unit, I could get 10 units. 4 strips per unit, 10 units. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, I want it to come out more even than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Okay, so there's 6. I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I'm going to count that my dark. Well, you'll see what I'm doing here. Let me get my head together on this. Okay. So there are those. Now, did I end up with, if I do 12, 13. If I do 13 strips, I can do them 3 at a time, and that's what I'm going to do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Then I need 2 more for a total of 13. Those are really pretty. I need 2 more for a total of 13 to do what I have in my head. Okay, let me unwrap this other half. Okay. So I'm going to just put 2 of these over here. Right. Okay. So, I'm going to have 1 strip that I don't use, so I'll just put that one to the side. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Need another stack of 13. 6. 3 and 3. Maybe 1. It's not going to look quite right, so I'm going to have to whittle it back down some. So those kind of, how many is right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. I'm thinking if I do 5 strips per unit, that would be, that would work also. That would probably work better for this jelly roll. So, 5 per unit. That would give me 8. I would need stacks of 8. Okay, so let's go back to this. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One right here. 1, 2. I got it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. Okay. I will show this, get you a good look at what I'm doing here once I get it separated into my head. So I will use all 40 strips this way. So now I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6. Need 2 more for that one. Okay. 7, 8. Now I need 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. These here. There's 6 there. There's 2 layers of 6. Those 2 can go there. These 2 are actually going here. Right? 6, 7, 8. Almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7, 8. I'm off 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Count this one again. I think I just miscounted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. 8, 8, and 8. So, what this is going to be, I could add here. Yes, Yes, I do. There. Okay. So I divided my jelly roll into 5 stacks of 8 strips. Okay, let me swap my camera. And what that looks like is right here. So I tried to arrange it somehow so my darkest would be here on the end, the lightest down here, and then just mix them in how you want them in the middle here. Lack of a better word, once you see it going, you'll get a much better idea of what I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take one strip from each one of these and start sewing them together. This one is not going to be a fast one to do, but that's okay. Okay. Oh, I know, Vicky, me too. Hi, Judy. Good morning. Okay, so I'm going to get started. So I'm going to make 8 units out of these strips right here is what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to cut them, because that will be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Those will make 10-inch finished blocks when I cross-cut them at 10 1/2 after they're sewn together. So here we go. We're just going to get started. And I'm just going to go for it. I'm not cutting off selvages. I will do that. I will do that after the units are made, after I press them and cross-cut them into blocks. So yeah, this one is not going to be done in 2 hours. This will be one of my longer ones. And what this is going to be, I'm going to do the first 2 sets here together, and then I'm going to chain them off, and then then I will add this stack to this unit, and then I'll add that stack to this unit, and then lastly this stack when these 4 sets are sewn together. So right here, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 steps here. And everybody, you could totally do this on a sewing machine. If you're watching and don't have a serger, just remember, 1/4-inch seam. That's all there is about it. This is a beautiful strip set. This fabric, I don't believe, is no longer available. I'm fairly certain it's not, but it was part of from the canvas, which is part of Benner Tex. now that I got my stacks made, it's easy peasy. So this isn't a totally serendipitous type of jelly roll quilt. This is one you got to put a little thought into. But it's all good. It's part of the fun. And no, I have not trimmed off any of the selvages. I'll do that at the cutting table. Do, 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 do. I'll tell you, some of this fabric would have made some beautiful clothing. Beautiful clothing. Hello? I think that was Mike. The doors had frozen shut at the front of the shop, and he was just getting things loosened up. I thought something was getting ready to fall on me. Oh, let me get that out of my way here. Ouch. There we go. Okay. And I don't need that hanging around my neck right at this second. But those are what I just laid down. Those are some sewing tape measures I just got into the shop. They are on my website. Okay, we is getting there. Got 2 more sets to go before we add the third stack. And let's see, it's that way, right there like that. And one more. Now I can cut these apart. Then we're going to add set number 3 to what we just sewed together. Okay. All right. Now we're going to sew our next set of 8 strips. One. So there's where I've got this. And I'm just going to add this set of little pretty little purple and beautiful dragonflies. I love dragonflies. Love, 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 love dragonflies. Dragonflies are free to fly forever. I think that's from a song. I'm not sure what. Okay, now I'm going to get these off of my knee. And lay those right up there. There we go. Now we're talking. Alrighty. And this is now round number 2. And let's see here. There we go. Now it won't slide off. Okay. And believe it or not, there is a method to my madness here. But my whole goal, part of my goal for this series today is so that you can tell there's so many different things you can do with just one jelly roll of fabric. And with any type of piecing, quilts, it's all about a consistent 1/4 inch seam. That's what really makes the magic happen and makes everything fit together. Are those wonderful 1/4 inch seams. And the more consistent you are piecing a 1/4 inch seam, the better everything will fit together. All that being said, just do it. Don't worry about it. Because actually, practice does make perfect. And the more you do, the easier it gets. Okay, 3 more to go and this step will be done. See, once you get started, it just moves right along. Okay. 2 more to go. Okay. I'm going to swap one piece out because I don't want the same 2 prints touching each other. Same prints, different color, but still. It's all good. You can make a last minute change with your strips. Okay. So, I just saw another question. So, Donna, I am using the clear foot. The clear foot, it's transparent, you can see through it. that's the foot that I like to piece with when I'm using an overlock stitch to piece with. Okay, now that's that round done. That's round number 2 done. So I'm going to cut all these apart. And then we'll do round 3. I should have 8 units here. That's what I've been piecing. I divided one 40 strip jelly roll into 5 units, 8 strips each, to sew together to make a mock version, a version today of a 5-strip rail fence quilt top. That's what we're doing right now. This is quilt top number 3. I've already got 2 done today. This one will be number 3. Okay. Now I'm going to try something here. There we go. I'm going to change up that camera angle. Here was my first quilt top. Here's my second one. And we're working on quilt top number 3. I'm going to get rid of some of this mess from my serger before I go any further. I just don't want it all over me. There we go. Okay. Now, let's get in some fuzz. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to add, this is stack number 4, stack number 5. I'm adding from stack 4 to what I just did. And we're going to keep on keeping on. Keep on surging on. Keep on surging on. There we go. There's one. And we'll do another one. Once again, I can alter. See, what I don't want to do is put this strip right next to this one, even though they're 2 different colors, they're the same pattern. And to me, that I just don't like that. So I'm going to pick up a different one from that same stack and add it to it. Now this one, I will have to press it before I cross cut. I think. We'll see when I get to the cutting board. We'll see what it looks like when I get to the cutting table. I don't know. But chances are I'm going to have to press all of these after I get them all sewn together. And if I do, that's okay. It'll be the first time I've had to press any fabric today. And I've already made 2 quilt tops, so that's a good thing. of this over because I'm getting a lot of fabric back there now, aren't I? Ruh-roh. Didn't see that coming. I'm going to get creative on that one. Real creative. But I got an idea. Yeah, that'll work. It's all good. And I'm just going to break my rule and put two of the same pattern, fabric patterns together, I guess. I don't have much of a choice here. No, this has to happen. It's okay. I didn't look far enough ahead in my strip set. It's all good. Here we go. And round number 3, each seam on the back is one round. So there's so far 3 seams. So let me get these cut apart. And let's start with this side. And a 2. And a 3. And 4. 5. And 6. 7. And 8. Okay. Alrighty. Now, going to do these. And we're starting round number 4 on this quilt top. Step number 4. Say yes to the strip. Yes to the quilting fabric. Oops. Get up there, you. There you go. I just put it up there so it just kind of hangs, and while I get my next strip ready, and then I can just gently pull it out of the edge if I don't stick it up in there too far. And there we go. Okay. another one. These are so fun to make. I just love sewing on my serger. I really do. It's so much fun. So much fun. That lined up. It started. And we're off. This one is next, but let's see here. I want to do this one first. I hope I didn't mess that up. I think I did. Dadgummit, I did. Or maybe not. Maybe not. We'll see. So I have two more of those. So that one needs one on it, for sure. Right there. And that one doesn't matter. This one does. Nope, perfect. That worked. That worked. Okay. So. That one, and this one's next. Hey everybody, I've almost got all of my strips sewn together, and it'll be time to cross cut them into blocks. Super easy, super fast, super fun. Da 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 da. Okay. To go back there. Okay. And the last one before I cut them apart. Okay. And there we have it. So, next, once I get these cut apart, I'm going to go turn my ironing system on and let it start heating. And I am going to get a camera set up at the cutting table so you can see how I cut this apart. I mean, I think you get the idea. Excuse me. But I'm going to cut it like this into 10.5-inch pieces. And that'll make a 10.5-inch block. And that includes a seam allowance for a 10-inch finished block. If I could have put 6 strips side by side, that would have made a 12-inch finished block. Okay? So I'm going to set these right here. I'm going to go set up the other area, and I'll be right back. Okay. Grab this. I'm going to look at the comment section real quick. Awesome. Okay. So I'll be right back. Oh. Boy. And you know what? Since it's an odd number, I will not have to press this first. So, let's see if you can hear me. I will not have a microphone over at the cutting table, but you can watch me cut these apart into blocks. You swap this camera. There we go. You can see my mess. It's all good. That's down a bit too far. That's not a good thing. Let's turn it up like this. There we go. That should be a little better, I hope. Okay, that'll work. So, what am I going to do here? I'll line this seam line up along one of these lines on this cutting mat. Okay? I'm only going to do one thickness at a time. Let's see if this blade is here. Okay. And there we go. Like that at 10.5. Yes, perfect. Alrighty. This one should be cut at 21. And 31.5. And there we go. So I got 4 blocks out of that one unit. 7 more units to cut. So 8 times 4, that will give me 32 blocks. 32 blocks. What would the most effective way to set that together be? 32. 6 times 5 maybe? That would be 30 blocks. So that's what it'll be. I'll have 2 blocks left over for another project. And that's okay. So I miscut that one. It's gonna have room to make 2 boo-boos, but that's it. Okay. So 10.5, right? Right. And 21. And then 31.5. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Okay. Okay. And a half. One. 31 and a half. Okay. That went nice and smooth. Let's get another one done. And here we are. All these quilt blocks ready to be sewn together. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Okay. Whew. I need some coffee. Okay. Yes, I don't know what it. I don't know if that's. We're on a right through our town is a major route for ambulances and stuff like that. So I don't know what that is. What's going on with that? We're right at the corner of the main street through town. So Donna, Holly, if you're still on, I couldn't do it while I was sewing, but this is the foot that I'm using. This is the clear foot, and you can see how transparent it is. It's really great when you're doing piecing because you can tell exactly where your fabric is under the foot. It's one of my all-time favorite feet from Baby Lock. There we go. Now the fun part is setting all of these blocks together that we've cut out of one jelly roll. I'm going to make this one. It cut 32 blocks, so I miscut one of the blocks, so that left me one extra. So I will have one extra block to play with. So here's what my blocks look like now. They're 10.5 inches by 10.5 inches. Pretty cool. And now we get to put them together into rows. So back to the one of my old rules of I don't want the same two. This is what I'm using, this dark top color up here on this side. You can see it's dark on one side, lighter on the end. This is the one I'm going to match up to make my rail fence pattern pop out. So, that being said, that's going to be my upper left, and then it will go down like that. And I'm going to have to get one row pieced together or I will mess it up for sure. So, I'm going to sew these two together. Once I get this one sewn together, I am taking a lunch break. There we go. Perfect. See what I got going on there now. See there? Oops. So this is the upper left corner. So next it would go like the same way, I think. That would go like that. Right? Right. Then that would go like that. Yes. So this one would go here. Or a close facsimile thereof. I'm going to use this one here. Okay. Yep, right there. It's been a while since I pieced one of these. I'm doing the layout in my head as we go. Hopefully I won't have to rip anything out. You know how I love ripping out stitches. Not. I don't like ripping out stitches, okay? That's where a design wall comes in handy. Okay. That's correct. That is correct. Yes, yes, yes. And then maybe one of those. And one of these. Right there. $10.4. That's the way it goes. I will hold up each row as I piece it. So that you can see how to set these blocks together. How big is the squares quilt? The quilt blocks finish at 10 by 10 by 10 inches. We'll see how big the quilt top itself is when I'm done. It should measure 50 by 60, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more in this row. Let's see here. Right. 10.4. Okay, one more in this row. And I'll just pull this one here. I'm just going to go like... Is that right? That's right. Okay, yes. It's going to go right here. But I want a different fabric. Okay. Do this one. Okay, right there. Okay. Okay. So, right here is my first row. This is the upper left corner. Once I get it done, I'll hang it up on the back of the wall. You will get it. It won't become evident until I get at least one or two more rows put on here. Okay. So, and yes, it will measure approximately 50 by 60 inches, the quilt top will. Yes, the charm quilt hanging up, this one here, this is 9 squares wide by 9 squares long. So it would actually be 4.5 times 9 squared would be the size of it. Okay, so next row. And I have to lay this out or I will have it so messed up. It's not funny. It could be funny, I guess, but I don't think I'd find it all that funny. Okay, so that one would go there. Right? Right? Okay. Okay, I get it. It's going to go down one. Okay. That would go there. Right? Yes'm. Right there. Then it'll just repeat down that way. And that goes one out that way. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. Now I remember. It just took a while. It just took a little while for me to remember how to do this. Don't want that one. I'll do that one though. Right there like that, right? Right. Okay. I'd much rather have that one though. Yes, I'm talking to myself, everybody. I do that sometimes. For better or worse, I do talk to myself on occasion. No, I want this one there. Okay. And then I want no. Yes, that will work right there. I'm going to lay out my 5 blocks because I got 5 blocks in each row, and there'll be 6 rows in total. Okay. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Lay up there. Stay. Okay. Okie dokie. And then go there. That'll go there. No. And that would work. Yep, that works. I guess. What's this one? No. 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 Maybe. Let's see here. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that'll work there. And then this one will work down here. Okay, there's my next 5. Okay. And I'm going to sew my rows together as I go, just so I can keep everything straight in my head. Okay. So, these 2. And this is one type of quilt pattern. I do not chain piece the blocks because it's really easy to get one turned the wrong way. And I don't want to have to rip out any stitches. Yes, ripping out stitches is a big deal to me. In case you haven't figured that out yet. Me no likey to rip out stitchy. I just don't like that. Who does? Honestly. Seriously. Okay. There we go. Block number 3 on row 2. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Okay. Excuse me. And then we'll do blocky number 4. Yes. And then blocky number 5. Now, one of the great things about this particular quilt pattern, the only seams you have to match up are the corners when you set the blocks together. Setting them side by side, no seams to match. And that's always a good thing. Okay. So now I'm going to sew these 2 rows I just finished together. So I know that is going to go there, right there like that. Right? Right. Right, right. Okay. Right there. These 2 get sewn together. Now, all I'm going to match is where the corners of the blocks meet when I'm sewing the rows on together. I'll come and get it when I get this top done. Thank you. Mike just informed me that lunch is ready. So, I'm going to sew this row together and then I'm going to take a break. And see, I used my blocks 5 strips together. You could have done it also with 3 strips together. Or 4 strips together, or 6 strips together, whatever. However you'd want to do that, because I just tried to make the math come out to have the best use of my strips. And for a jelly roll with 40 strips in it, 5 strips to a block really worked out perfect, so you'd use the entire roll. You know, the differential is set to neutral. With woven fabrics, usually you don't have to touch that differential. Not the same if you are sewing knits. You may have to go up or down on knit fabrics. But no, I have the differential on the serger set at neutral. Another time you set the differential to a different number is when you're wanting to ruffle or gather fabric. Okay, my first 2 rows are sewn together. I have 4 more to go. But you'll start to see the pattern emerging. If I did this right, let's see, here's the corner, right? Right. Yes, so what a rail fence is, this is the upper left corner right here, but you can see how it is going to make this pattern like a stair step coming down. Okay, right here. Oops. Where's my design mall? There, there. Oops. I get turned around on this camera thing. And there, and down. It'll keep going that way all down the entire length of the quilt. So I'm going to set this up right here for right now, or I will just hang it up here on the back. I'm going to hang it up here on the back. I'm going to put a note up just so everybody knows if they're coming in that I am taking a lunch break. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. I'll put this in here. Okay, back at there we go. Okay. And there's one of my blocks. Oops. Just put you right up here so you look pretty while I'm going. There we go. Okay. Perfect. everybody. Thank you for being so patient. Give me a glass of hot poured into my sippy cup. And we'll get started back on the rail fence. Get that one done. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you for watching my studio. I appreciate it very, very much. Yes. Okay. And we are going to get started. Okay. I'm going to get my next row of blocks laid out. Stay. Okay. That was fun. Okay, so. You know what? I'm going to go over here to the cutting table and get these laid out. It'll just make it so much easier on me and you to watch. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to swap this over. Okay. Get the rest of my rows completely laid out. Or try to. Okay. So that would go there. That could go there. Maybe. Yeah, that'll work. This one. Nope. Excuse me. Just separating these into groups according to the number 1 fabrics here, so I know what I have to work with here. There's a lot of those. Wow. Wow. Okay, I need to use a lot of those, so I'm running out of the other ones already. Seems like. There. There. these together. Okay. Now, and get this puppy back up and running. What's that? It'd be sewing 5 strips together, Don, not 4. If you sew 4 strips together, you would have 8-inch blocks. But you're actually going to cut what I'm doing here with the 5 strips 10.5 inches. Remember, it has a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around it. If you were going to do 4 strips sewn together, you would end up cross-cutting them at 8.5 inches. You'd have to make an 8-inch finished block. If you sewed 6 together, it would make a 12-inch finished block. You would cut them 12.5 inches apart. The only reason I didn't do that is because the 10-inch blocks make the best use of the full width of the strips without hardly any wastage. So that's why I did that. Okay. So, right there, right there. And we're back up and running here. Gonna get it done. I'm just going to sew them on one at a time. That way I know I have the orientation of the blocks in the proper sequence. Yes, Donna, Mike fixed me a Swiss cheeseburger. And that's what I had for my lunch. I needed that. I skipped breakfast this morning. All I had were my medication and my wonderful 2 big cups of cream coffee. I know I'm not supposed to do that, but sometimes, you know what? There are some mornings I just don't even want to smell food, and this was one of those mornings. I know that's not good being diabetic, but sometimes it just is what it is. Then we're having chili for dinner tonight. Mike made a big pot of chili last night, and it was oh so good. We're just going to have that again tonight. Chili really tastes good when it's so chilly outside. Pun intended. Oh God, I can't believe I just said that. Okay. And lined up, little darlings. There we go. And that row is done. Now I'm going to go lay out another row. And I'll be right back. Let's see. I'll let you watch. I'll turn the other camera back on over there. Oops. Gotta remember to unplug myself from the microphone, though. Because it won't reach. this row sewn together. These blocks sewn together into a row. Okay. And go like that. Excuse me. And another one. I'm sitting here thinking, what am I going to do for the next one? And I'm thinking I'm going to do another jelly roll. My original, another one of these is what I'm thinking. Something that goes a little bit quicker than this, and then we'll do one a little more complex after that. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, come here, you. Line up there in that corner. There you go. Sometimes you just gotta talk to it. Make them listen to you. Another row done. Woohoo. Yeehaw. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go back over here. Lay out another one. I really have to get me a wireless microphone somehow. I'm just going to bite the bullet and spend the money on one. Okay. Go. 2, 3, 4. That's 4 rows. And then it means I think I have 2 more rows to piece together. So I'm going to put one of these over here. There we go. Then one of these. Then one of those. You never know, Tanya. Some of these will actually end up being gifts. Some will actually go to charity once they're all said and done. And it gives me a lot of quilt tops to do samples on for demos for the area and everything. So that'll be fun. Yes. So let's get this row of blocks all set together. Here we go. So. Just get it started, then I line up the other two ends together. I apply a little pressure like this, and I just let it go under the serger needles. And block number 3 in row number 5, I think. Yeah, 5. One more row to set together after this. And then get all the rows sewn together and it'll be done. Woohoo! Another one will have bitten the dust, so to speak. It will have bitten the fabric dust created from the serger and the serger blades. And there's row 5. Now let's go lay out row number 6. blocks to sew together. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Okay. Last row of blocks to sew together. Then we can get the rows sewn together. Okay. And then this one will go right here. So everybody, this is actually my very first YouTube live video. I've done a lot of live videos on Facebook, but this is my very first one on YouTube. And one more. Woohoo. It's taking shape now. Well, yeah. I actually wish I had had 2 of these jelly rolls to make a larger quilt top, because I really dig what it's looking like. Totally dig it. And I'm going to go take this and get the next 2 rows lined up. I'm not going to swap cameras this time. Just going there and right back. Boy howdy, this microphone is just working my last good nerve today. It needs to behave. Okay. There we go. So those 2 go together right there. Okay. Hoopy doopy. So wrap it around my neck. We're going to get these 2 rows of blocks sewn together. Okay. Come on, you. There you go. Lined up. Line it up. Get it started. And then match the seams where the blocks are joined. It's the only seams you have to line up. Right there where I have my finger is the corner of the block, so I got the seams matched. That's all I'm lining up. That's all there is to it. Easy peasy. Oh, that's okay. Zero pinning and zero ironing on this. Ironing will happen after the quilt top is done, before it's quilted. Okay. Okay, now let me go take this with me, and I'm going to grab the next row that fits up here on the top of it. I've turned my microphone into a necklace because I don't have to remember to unclip myself each time I move. It works. Okay. And I'm just making sure everything lines up nice and neat, including this seam line right here. Okay. Now I'm going to go get the next row to add. We're going to have this one done like really, really fast. Really, really quick. Okay. Okay. You go up there, Mr. Microphone. It's snowing again. Yeehaw. Gotta love it, right? Nothing you can do about it when you live here, so you just may as well as embrace it and enjoy the ride. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Oh. So, I'll stop that, I promise. Yeehaw. Okay. Okay, yeah. Right on down up there. There we go. Okay. Let's go grab the next one. So I think I have one seam left. If that's 4, I've got a unit of 2 rows already done over here that I started with. Perfect. Right? Right. Okay. Okay, this is the last seam on this one. It's almost done. Woo, woo, hoo. This is quilt top number 3 for today. 1 seam and it's complete. Okay, right there. I'm just going to get it all lined up. And away we go. Okay. Coming up to the big ta-da moment. Number 3 is complete. Number 3 is complete. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. I'll turn this around just a bit here. Okay. The rail fence. Now you can see those dark rails, right? Rail fence out of one jelly strip. Okay. There we go. Woohoo! Getting a curtain of quilt tops. All right. Now then. So next, let's see here. Next, I am going to do, I'll be right back. I'm going to walk over to where I have all my pre-cut fabric staged. And once again, out of my scraps, a lot of what's in this scrap just have some sewing themed scraps. So I'm going to sew these together like my first one. I'm going to do another one of these right here with this. Okay. Whew. Okay, so. I don't want to cut that. I will cut one of these. I'm going to start on this side. Okay. I'm going to cut that one in half. Okay. And this one, I'm not going to use. It can just go away. It just went away. It went bye-bye. Okay. And then I'm just going to sew all of these edges here together. Let's see here. Something in red. I'll do something in red on my next one, Tanya. Okay? I do have a package of a jelly roll over there that has quite a bit of red in it. And we'll do that one after this one. Okay. So, once again, I'm going to sew all of these together and cut off the selvages as I seam them together. Okay. I had several of these. These are really cute. They've got, it's almost kind of French and with mannequins and stuff on it. It's really cute fabric. And then this one, it has thimbles and buttons and stuff like that on it. Another really cute one. Oops, wait a minute. I almost twisted, I almost sewed the wrong sides together on that. Imagine that. Okay. Okay. Oops. And another one of that. Okay. And Tanya, this one actually does have quite a bit of red in some of the fabric. Just here at the beginning, it's kind of this muted color. So I went through my fabric strips and tried to pick out stuff together that had some type of a cohesive theme to it. So this is what it is. Okay. And this is a real pretty little fabric here too. Check this out. It has all kinds of little flowers and things on it. Okay. This would have made beautiful pillowcases as well as quilts. And we're just going to keep on keeping on with this. Where'd you go? Okay, there you are. Okay. It kept going up my neck. Okay. Once again, 40 strips equal 1 jelly roll. And it's really amazing because you can just do this one thing I'm doing right now, and every single one will look totally different. Unless you use matching jelly rolls from one to the next, of course. I like this really cool looking polka dots. Aren't those cool? Love that one too. As you can see, when I'm serging those ends together, here's what I'm cutting off. This is the selvage, plus maybe just a hair more. I don't do any type of special seam allowance. I just want to make sure I get the selvages cut off. Check this fabric out. It's full of safety pins. away, little box thingy, whatever you are. There we go. Okay, so, don't know what that was. Some little thingamabooby came up. Anywho, let's get the safety pins together. Tanya, no, blue, I love blue. I wouldn't call it my favorite color. I actually, believe it, that's right. Believe it or not, I really like people, I'm not goth or anything. I love black. Because any shirt or anything you add to black works. Blacks and grays. I'd actually have to say that's my top 3. Another one I love is a combination of magenta and purple and dark blue together. I love that combination. It's one of my all-time favorites. I love teal and I love aqua also. So I can't say I have a true favorite color per se, but I do love some good black fabric or blacks and grays and all that stuff. All of these strips I'm doing right now were leftover fabric bolt ends is what it was. And I just decided to just cut them all up into strips, 2.5-inch strips. I mean, this fabric is all designer quilting fabric, 100% cotton. You just never know what you're going to get. I'd actually thought about selling like bags of 100 strips, but it'd have to be a Mod Podge because it's just too hard to like separate all this stuff into different themes and things like that. Well, it's 2 o'clock and I've only got 3 quilts done. I think I'm falling behind here. Wait a minute. It's 2 o'clock. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, actually right now I should have finished my number 2 if I'm allowing, because I was allowing 2 hours between quilt tops for each quilt top to get up to 8 today. So we'll see. It's like laundry. Check this out. This is really cute too. See it? There we go. Someone's got their laundry hanging up. Oh. This is a cute one too. It's got little fish on it. Aren't they cute? Abstract fish. And yes, all the strips that are just exactly alike, I have grouped together. For this one. I like this fabric too. It reminds me of summer a lot. See that? Oh, cool, Tanya. Well, you'll get to see it more than once today, I can tell you that. This is the second one I have done so far today. This is adorable fabric here. Gosh, it is tape measures crisscross. Check that out. Isn't that cute? And no, that none of this fabric is available by yardage because these strips were cut 2 years or so ago. So I know none of it is still available. This was actually canvas. It says canvas on the end of it. So Vintertex is the one that did this. Canvas. Okay. My dragonflies were actually from that as well. Canvas collection. That's the next one. Little orange pills. Now all I'm doing when I'm joining those ends, I'm just having the cutting blade on the serger just trim off the entire selvage. And that's how I'm doing that. I'm not actually using an exact seam allowance for this step. This is step 1 of 6. We're getting close to having all the strips. This is Amy Barrickman. It's all vintage, like lace and rickrack and stuff. Check that out. That was beautiful fabric. Totally cool. And is that the, no, we got one more after this one here. And all of those will be stitched together. Okay. And that was it. Woohoo. All right. Whew. Okay. So I'm going to clean up my little mess over here before I do anything else. There we go. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take the end of my strip that I have just ended with. I'm going to put it face up under my presser foot for right now. I'm not going to sew it. That'll just hold it in place. So where I want to end up, I want to end up with this strip going face down on top once I hit the very beginning from where I started. So in order to accomplish that, I'm going to, as I go, I'm going to snip threads. Snip these apart, okay? And there is a method to my madness for this, so just bear with me. Now, those are snipped apart. Now I'm going to put this right side down in the palm of my hand. Because if you check out, this is the one, this will then fit right on top of that without any twists down here or knots. So then I'm just going to pull it and make a pile over here in the floor of these strips as they come off the table. Okay. By doing it like this, I keep it even and straight. This is not the step that I usually end up with a knot. It's the next step, step number 3. What I'm doing here, when I start sewing, this will be step number 2. And I'm just going to snip some threads between. Just be careful and don't snip your fabric. Okay. And guess what? It's right there. Right there like that. Okay. If it twists, you know what? It's not really that big of a deal. It truly isn't. I'm sure at least once on this one, I will have a twist sooner or later before it's complete. Okay, now that's all down. Now I can just snip some more. And keep on going. Goes like that. I'm watching it close. Arr, matey. There we go. Alrighty. Okay. Now I'll do some thread snippies in between. And some more thread snippies in between. There we go. And some more thread snippies. We're getting close. Alrighty. Then we're going to do some more thread snippies. Should be it. And there we go. So, came off my hand like this, so this should go right on top of what I laid up here to begin with. And then it's lined, it should be lined up in the proper sequence to not get a twist or knot at the very end where it folds over. So, now we're going to stitch all of this. Okay, get started. Okay. And what I like to do, I like to pull some of this up. And this is what works really good for me. Make a fold. I'm going to do this 5 or 6 times. Kind of lay it in my lap. And then it will just feed together. It will feed through so much smoother and faster. Okay, so you get the idea. There it is in my lap right there. Now I can just get into the groove and let it stitch. And I'm ready to get me some more prepped. See how smooth that was? By taking just a little bit of time to prep it, it makes everything happen super duper smooth. Okay? And it makes it more enjoyable. Stress-free, which that's an important thing, especially nowadays. If it stresses us, then it ceases to become fun and we won't want to do it. Okay, I'll do one more and then I'm going to sew. I'm going to serge. Sergy so-so. Okay, there we go. So, here we go. Okay. and to reposition some more. Isn't this fun? I just love making these. I truly, truly do. Especially on a serger. I've done them on the sewing machine before. They're a lot more work. But it's all good. It's all good. There we go. Come on, you. There you go. Okay. There. Now I got a bunch to... I'm going to push this up a bit. There we go. There we go. Now we can get going. Ready to get some more prepped. Do some more staging. There we go. We're getting there. I can see the end of it. Okay. But not quite yet. I can see it. Put you over there. You're wanting to rattle. That's better. bit more, then I'll pre-prep some more rolls. Okay. Come on, you. Come on, play nice. You know you want to be sewn into my quilt top. I know you do. You want to be part of the group. Yay. Okay. So, here we go. Into the home stretch for round number 2. Round 2, step 2, however you want to look at it. Okay, I just broke a thread. Oh, I see. Boy, that got tangled up. So I have to do a little thread maintenance. Oh no, I ran out of the cone. Oh my gosh. I have more. Okay, so I'll just chain it off some here. There we go. Boy, howdy, that sure did. The last bit of that just really wrapped itself on my thread tree up here. There we go. Check that out. Okay, so I guess I will take a moment here to rethread my lower looper. And it just happened right here. So I don't even have to unchain. I'll just start right here and just keep on going here in a moment. Open you. Turn the hand tool towards me until it locks, and it did. Boy, is it covered in fabric dust. Holy Toledo. She'll be getting a good service after this workout, let me tell you. A good cleaning, I should say. She won't need to be serviced. Not opening that, because gosh knows what'll come out of there. I will vacuum and blow it out after today and tonight's Surgeathon is over with. Okay. Now, I need another cone of this. And let me grab some. I'm just going to go ahead and use this one here. This one's almost gone. I want to empty it. Use up some Serger thread today too. Okay. So, yeah, Go right here. And right there. And right there. Click. Okay. And before I do that, I want to make sure everything is out of that lower loop or thread path. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, now we're going to let the air threader thread our lower looper. And it's threaded. I got it to the back. And ready to go. Easy peasy. Okay. Okay. Yep, perfect stitches. It's one thing I love about Baby Lock Sergers. You never have a tension dial to set. Never. Okay. So I'm going to give that a finger press. I'm going to do a little snippy right here in the fold line. Okay. Right up to my seam, but not into it. And then, right there I have it. Okay. So, next is the fun part, yet again. Now I'm going to do this one. This is where I almost always have a twist. So I'm going to try it a different way, a different method. I'm going to open this up and lay it underneath the presser foot. That's like a third hand for you right there, everybody. Well, that's really going to be, this is really going to be cute. Okay, so next, I know I want this edge to come up here like this. So this time, this is what I'm going to do. Make sure as I pull it off, my hand stays, this hand has a hold of that side of the unit. Okay. I'm just going to put my thumb in between these, and that'll help open it up as I go. This may be my favorite one yet. I don't know yet. We'll have to see what it looks like at the end. Come on, you. There you go. Da-da. And it's slowly but surely coming along. Wee-wee. This is still the edge I'm watching right here. I'm really concentrating. I'm trying to defeat my long-standing thing of always, on this step, having a knot in the end once I get back to the other end again. A twist, a knot, whatever you want to call it. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. We're there. Woohoo. Yeehaw. Alrighty. So that was my... yeah, this is the edge I want over here. Hopefully. We'll find out in about 10 minutes. Okay. Whew. Okay. And we're off. You can come back over here. Now, just going to get some of this together and drape it across my lap, blah, blah, blah. Okay. There we go. Well, last night we finished watching Grace and Frankie again for like the 6th or 7th time. But we haven't watched all the seasons that many times. It was only our first run through. We've only watched season 6 twice now. Love that show. I can like totally relate to Frankie. Imagine that, right? Any surprises there? I just don't think so. Except for the substance abuse, I don't do that. I just, once in a great while, I'll have a glass of wine, but that's it. I don't need chemicals to get high. I'm just high on life. Especially when I'm in front of my baby lock sewing and serging quilting machines. That's what makes me high on life, is baby lock. Love my machines. And I have to tell you, if I didn't have one of the baby lock sergers, I would hardly ever use one. I'm just being honest. Because with the air threading loopers, it's nothing. And that, to me, that's part of the fun. That is the funnest thing about a serger, is using all these beautiful, heavy decorative threads in your loopers to embellish, whether it be home decor, clothing, or quilts, or accessories like bags and hats and different things. That's the fun part of having a serger. But when you have to manually thread those loopers, I guess if you're not going to change threads that often, it'd be okay, but I like to change my looper threaders when I'm doing an embellishing project, 15 or 20 times in a day. And I can do that with baby lock. I can't do that with other sergers. And now that I have the Triumph serger that has the air threading for the needles, I don't always have to have my bifocals on to thread anything anymore. And that's a wonderful thing too. It's like I'm 30-something again. It's like I'm 20-something again. God, I'm so full of it. But it's all good. Do-dee-dee-doo. It is Serger time. It is Serger time on YouTube with moi. La da da. Woohoo! Getting close. I refuse to look to see if it's got a twist. We'll see it when we get to it. OMG. OMB. Oh my baby lock. In case you've ever wondered what I mean when I say OMB, that stands for Oh My Baby Lock. I don't have a twist, and this is where I always get one. Pretty awesome. I'm so excited. I know. I get excited by some of the simplest little things, but this gets me excited. I just love this. Oh my gosh. Because this has been my problem step. Throughout me making these, I always mess this step up. But I didn't this time. Now if I remember how I did that, I guess I'll have to rewatch the video, eh? So I just finger press this fold line, and I'm going to run my scissors, my beautiful Tula Pink iridescent scissors, right up under here, and cut it right on that fold line that I finger pressed. Right up to the stitching on the seam line, but not into it. Then when I open it up, there we go. Hoopty hoopty doopty. Now, I'm going to get this one up here. So that was step number 3, halfway done. We got steps 4, 5, and 6 to go yet. So, this is the side I want to lay up here, so I'm going to hold on to this side. That's what I did for this last step. I'm just going to slowly pull it off and let it pile up in the floor next to me. Y'all, this one's going to be so cool. I might have to quilt this one and keep it and hang it up on the wall. I just don't know yet. I'll reserve that until it's done. But you never know. Okay. Alrighty. So this, come right over here to this side. And here we go. Right there it is. Yeehaw. I have a lot of family in Texas. I used to live in Texas. I miss Texas too. I really do. I miss the heat. I don't miss it that much in the summertime. It's too hot then. But this time of the year, yeah, I miss Galveston and Houston for sure. Okay, so more importantly, I miss all my family and friends down in that area. Okay, so on and forward to step number 4. Really curious to see what this actually looks like when it's done. And just so everybody knows, I will be posting photos of these individually in our Baby Lock Angels and Altair Angels group on Facebook. We did one of these on this particular type of jelly roll quilt for our Serger night, which is every Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Central Time. On Baby Lock Angels on Facebook. It's a private users group. If you don't belong to it, you can join it, answer all the questions. That's how I keep people out that shouldn't be in there. And I'll admit you. Okay. I take a lot of time and effort to screen people who request to get into the group, because there's some really creative scam artists out there, and that's all I'm going to say. Once someone applies to the group, I look up their profile. If you want in the group, there better be something about sewing or quilting in it, or you're not getting in. It's that simple. And if someone does slip in and breaks the group rules, I will just immediately block them from the group. I've only had to do that twice so far. Once or twice, I'm not sure now. No, just once, actually. I have blocked a lot of people from getting into the group, but they never made it past the question phase. Okay. Come on, you. There we go. When I finish this one, I'm going to take a short break, get up and stretch, move around a little bit, and then we will be on to quilt top number 5. This is number 4. Wow. Okay. Okay, let's get this one lined and up a little bit better. They're like that, I think. Yes. Okay. And we're getting close to the end of round number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. And that just leaves rounds 5 and 6 for this particular quilt top. Okay. Get this out here. This is where I like to finger press it. That's where I'm going to cut it once I finish this last 6 inches of this seam. Okay. I'm just going to press this a little more, get a finger crease in it. And I'm going to cut it. Cut it real good. Yeah. Okay. There it is so far. Look, check it out. I love this. Okay, so we all know I like it. Now, we're going to do it again. I like when it gets to this stage, the steps go, oh, so much quicker. Okay, so here's my edge I want to follow right here. There we go. It's just going to go right there like that. And sew it up this side right here. Okay. And we're off. Step number 5. And I'm going to get me a sip of Diet Pepsi or Diet Coke, whatever's there. Okay. And if you haven't done so, please hit that like and subscribe button. And right beside that red subscribe button is a little bell. Click on that and you'll be notified when I do my next live video here on YouTube. I have a lot of live videos planned to do over here on YouTube as well. My next one is going to be about spinning yarn, spinning wool into yarn. And we'll just see how many skeins of yarn I can spin in, say, a 12-hour period. I'm not going to do 16 on that one simply because I don't think my legs could hold out for 16 hours. And that's all. Okay. And the comment sections, is everybody still able to view this okay? And at least one person just say yes or whatever, please. Those comments have been quiet for quite a while now. Oh, don't be shy. Type in, just say hello if nothing else. Howdy, hello everybody. Okay, now I'm wondering if there's, oh, whatever. It'll pick back up. I'm sure everyone is still there. It shows it's still there and streaming and excellent connection. Okay. Perfect. Alrighty. So I'm working on getting this one here done. It'll be done very, very soon. After this, I have one more seam line to go. And this quilt top will be finished. Okay. Okay. Keep on surging on. Woohoo! Here we go. And before I finish that, I'm just going to finger press this fold line for my next cut. Okay. I know this has got to be working somebody's nerves doing it like this, but it does work. Okay. There we go. One more time and this one's done. There's where we're at so far though. Check it out. Okay. So, use my third hand there. Then, this one's super easy to get lined up. Okay. Here's the last seam for this quilt top. This is number 4 today. I think 1, 2, 3, yes. Number 4. What I have hanging up behind me, that's the ones I've done since I've sat down here at 8 o'clock this morning. Once I get this one done, I have gotten halfway achieved my minimum goal. Of 8 quilt tops today. Pretty sure I can make that. I'm going to actually try for 9. We'll see. We'll see. Here's the last fold I'm going to have to finger press. Okay. It's going to go right here. And you might not think this is very accurate, but I can tell you, after the multiple ones of these I have done, it's pretty accurate. Okay. One cut to make. And then I'll officially have quilt top number 4 completed on my serger so far today during this session. Okay. Hold this up one more time just to make sure it's where I want it. Looks good to me. Come on, you, get in there. There we go. I know I'm going to have to go make some coffee before I start the next one, because, hooey, I need caffeine. Howdy doody, do I need some caffeine? Okay. There we go. So we're ready for the unveiling on this one. Where's my mousey? Okay, here we go. Da 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 da. Okay. The latest one. Right here. Love this one. Love the colors in it. It is so light and fun. Take this microphone off. There we go. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. My microphone is not light and fun. It does not like me today. So once again, I'm just going to pull this back up. We can have a look at it here. This one's a fun one. I like this one. Okay, let's put it up on the design wall. And we'll leave that one up there while I go take my break. There we go. This isn't really a design wall, it's more of a room divider that I have loading down with quilt tops. Okay, get up there and stay. You. Oops. Well, that was 2 that just came down. Okay. So, I'm going to put this one back up. This is our rail fence. This was quilt top number 3. Okay. Now, there we go. Oh, I see what it is. That needs to come this way a little bit. There we go. Okay. Then this is number 4. And you know what? I'm just going to do this. Lay this right out up here. I'm trying to get it so y'all can see it while I'm going on my break. Without having to put it up on the screen behind me, so that, good grief, there we go. There we go. Okay. We'll just do that. And we'll do that. Okay. So, I'm going to type in my breaky thingy. Okay. Okay. And I'll be right back here in a few minutes. Okay. almost there. I'm getting you something to drink. Okay. Woohoo! I needed that break. Okay. Back at it. So, I just looked out the window while I was on my break. We've gotten 2 inches of snow since I started this morning. It started snowing at about 11:30 here, and it is snowing to beat the band. The sidewalks that we shoveled, everything has been covered up. Yeehaw! So, this is the one that I just completed. I so totally dig this one here. I just love this one. This one will probably be mine. I will quilt it and use it as a throw. Love this one. This is all sewing themed fabric. Gotta love it. And let's see if I can get it up on the wall without knocking the wall over. The divider. Actually going to do this to keep some of the weight at the top, and that way it will stay up there. There we go. So let me grab some more fabric. Down just a hair. There we go. Okay. So, I am going to attempt a jelly roll quilt top that I have never done before. While I was taking my break, the idea came to my head because a lot of people have asked they'd like to make one larger. So I have come up with a method here in the last 15 minutes that we're going to try out live. Not only live for the first time, but the first time ever for myself. And I'm just going to open this one up. Okay. These are all tone on tones. And this will be one of those that, where are you? Right there, your bit right there. There we go. Just going to get all nice, a nice neat stack. Okay. And I'm going to use this one and this one. Some pretty reds and different colorful, really colorful geometric prints. And I'm going to make one double-sized. I don't have a clue what size this will be when I'm done. I think it'll measure close to 80 by 84, something like that. This one is not going to be a fast one, that's for sure. So, what I'm going to do is just lay it, that one there, and this one here. And I'm going to alternate strips as I go. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to do, this isn't your typical jelly roll race quilt. I haven't even decided on a name for it yet, so I'm going to call it an elongated modified bargello, is what I'm going to call it. So to start my first row, I'm going to cut one strip in half. Okay, there's that. And then I'm going to take this strip and I'm going to sew these two pieces to each end of it. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to be trimming everything as I go. I will have to trim one end as I go to keep everything nice and straight, nice and even. Okay. So, I'm going to sew these two ends together. Try to figure out which one is the right side. On that really light colored, it can be a little difficult to tell. Okay, I'm going to sew these two together. But I'm going to use 80 2.5-inch strips of fabric for this quilt top. This is going to be a big one. And then I'm going to sew the other half of this one together. Right here. Okay, right there like that. Okay, so there's my first horizontal row in this quilt, although it'll probably end up being 80 wide and like 84 long, and the stripes will go from top to bottom. So there's one. Now on the next one, I'm going to sew these long ones together as I go. So on this one, I'm actually going to cut 1/4 of it off. Okay. So I'm going to fold this in half again to the fold line, and I'm going to snip it right here. Okay. Now I'm going to pick up another one of these next to it, and I'm going to sew, oops, I need to snip that all the way, don't I? I'm going to sew this on one end and the longer one on the other end. Making sure I trim off the selvages on this step. Okay. That's that. Then this. And sew these two together. Okay. And then I'm going to sew my first two strips I've pieced together. Okay. there like that. Now I know on the end that I end up, my last end as I'm serging these together, I will more than likely have to do some trimming. But that's okay. Now here's the thing. This is off just a little bit, about a 1/4 inch, and that's okay. Once it's all pieced, I will use a ruler and a rotary cutter to trim this off even on this one end. So I'm going to bring this down here, and I'm going to keep adding. Next I will add it to this one here the last one I pieced. But as you can see, look what's going to happen. On this end, it'll all have all the solid, and then it's going to encase the beautiful colored strips inside the white. So, the next one I'm going to do the in half. So here's the 2 steps. This one I'll cut in half again. Right there. Okay. And then, since there's double prints, I'm not going to do either of the colors I just did. I will save those until I get to the bottom of my original packs. That way I do not have 2 colors touching 2 fabrics touching each other as I go down. I hope that just made sense. I don't know if it did or not. But it's all good. So, next it is going to be, I'm just going to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So next, I'm going to take that pretty pinky one and sew a half strip to each end. May have to redo that. Nope, got the selvage. Just want to make sure I got the selvage off. That's all. Okay, that was my half strip one. Now I'm just going to go ahead and sew it right onto my original piece here. Honestly, I just came up with this while I was upstairs taking my break. So, I'll alternate the whites, half strip and then 1/4 and 3/4 strip on each end. And that's how I'm going to do this entire jelly rolls. 2 jelly rolls, 1 queen size quilt top. because this is going to give a really nice negative space on each edge of the quilt from the cream to do some really beautiful quilting in. Okay. See there. You can see what I'm doing here. I'm staggering it. Okay. So next will be this one. And it doesn't get trimmed. Only the back, what I'm going to call the background strips, are going to get trimmed. Okay. This one will be a quarter of a strip, 1/4 of a strip. Open it up, fold it to the fold line, approximately, and give it a snip. And then I'm going to sew this to the one I just stitched on. Right here. As you can see, that strip happened to be way shorter. So like I said, after this is all sewn together, I will use a ruler and a rotary cutter to straighten the one side up. This side that I'm doing will be nice and straight. Okay. So next, now I can move these two over. This one's next. And that was 1/4 and 3/4. So now I'm going to do a half cut. That one's ready to sew on. Try snip those two apart. There we go. Next is 1/4 and 3/4 inch. But this time, I'm going to flip it and put the 3/4 up here and the shorter one at the very end, just to change up so they're not all lining up together, okay? Because on this end, I'm getting a much wider negative space than this end, so I'm going to flip it around every so often now and just kind of mix that part of it up. Okay, so this one's next. And this is going to be 1/4 and 3/4. Okay. And I'm going to sew the 1/4 inch strip on first. By 1/4, I mean 1/4 of a jelly roll strip. It's going to go first. It doesn't really matter. Then on this end, I'm going to put the 3/4 of a jelly roll strip. But on this one, I'm going to sew the longer white piece on first. So now, as you can see, what I've done, by changing which end I sew it on, it changes how this looks on this end, see? So that's what I'm doing. I'm alternating the long and short ends for every other pair that I sew on, every other strip that I sew on. So just did that one and this one. Now I'm going to, let me think, there's a nice bright red one there. That's pretty. Okay, so this is half and half. Half a strip on each end. Oh, fudge. Yeah, that'll be a little less than half, but that's okay. So what I did, I sewed the back of this as a front, and do I want that? Doesn't matter. Meh. It doesn't matter. It's all good. Only because this fabric is so light, the stuff here is, it's really not going to matter. If I hadn't said anything, no one would ever notice it on that fabric. Okay. Okay. Then this one is going to go right here. Okay. Okay. Just so everybody knows, I can't see the chats because my chat window has frozen. So just so you know that, I'm not ignoring you. But I know on my break, I was able to look at it somewhere else, and I could see y'all chit-chatting. This is going to be a colorful quilt. Okay. So far, so good. Hoi. Okay. So next is going to be a 1/4 and a 3/4 cut strip on each end. And I'm going to flip it so the 1/4 of the strip attaches to this, my big piece this time. And I'm going to flip that each time I do that one. Okay. There's that. This one is next. Oh, I just messed that up. It was a 1/4, and I just cut that one in half. So I'll do that one on the next one. I need a 1/4 and a 3/4 inch strip on this one. Not inch, a 3/4 of a strip. Come on, open sesame. Come on. There you are. Now I'll fold this one to the fold line and snip it. Okay. So these two together. And then the other one onto this one here. A little bit of a hand cramp. It's too early to be getting those. I got a lot to do yet. This is quilt top number 5 today, if anyone's counting. And I'm doing the shorty in first on this one. Come on, shorty. Get up there. There you go. All right. Excuse me. Yeah, it's getting a little bit of weight to it. I was wanting to not move as easily, so I'll have to put it in my lap. There we go. Much better. Mucho better. Okay. Check it out here. Da 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 da. So next will be the half cut strip right here, half and half. First, these are going to come over here. Right there. This one's next. Here's my 2 half pieces that I snipped. There we go. Okay. And right here. Need to clean up my bird's nest over here. I have a mess. A Serger trimming fiasco. I'm just going to do that right now. There we go. I'm going to start with the long one this time. Nope, it doesn't matter because these are both halves, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that's right. These are the halves. That's interesting. Oh well, doesn't matter. It's gonna look good. Okay, we'll get that one opened up. Okay, now I will put the long edge first on this one. Going to cut a 1/4 strip and a 3/4 strip for this one. Oh, come on, you. There we go. Fold it in half for a 1/4. other end, I'll put the 3/4 of a strip. 3/4 of a strip. Okay. There like that. Okay. That's what I thought. And I'm going to start with the 3/4. There we go. Okay. Keep on keeping on. Keep on surging on. Woohoo. Alrighty. Then next, let me see something here. Yep, that is correct. Okay, next is going to be one I cut in half for my background. So that's this. I'm just going to cut it in half. Okay, there's that. Then this can move over. And this can move over because we just did these two. And there's our next two. Well, hot diggity dog, I don't want those two next to each other. So what am I going to do? I will just shift one or the other down. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to shift these two right here. I'm going to flip them. There we go. Is that what I want to do? Not really. What's going on next? So I'm going to leave this one alone and flip the blue one to a different print. That I can cope with. There we go. Okay. Right? Right. Okay. So, next to this pretty orange and yellow and red, I really kind of dig that one. And I'm going to do a 50-50, half and half on each end. Okay. Okay. And we'll get this end started. Yeah, pieces on my Baby Lock Triumph Serger. Woohoo! What a perfect way to spend a snowy Saturday night, right? I'm being totally serious. It works for me, that's for sure. But I had several people ask me how could they make this jelly roll quilt bigger, and this is the best solution I have come up with so far. Okay. Oi. You can see that right there. Pretty cool. I'm digging it so far, that's for sure. Okay. So my next is going to be a short one, a shorty, and a quarter. Let me say this, make sure I say this the right way. A 1/4 and a 3/4 piece of strip. It's this. So I'm going to open it up, fold it one end up to the fold line. Right there. And cut it. Okay. Now, this is the next one on The Price is Right. Right here. There, like this. and a full one on this end. I mean, not a full one, a 3/4 of a strip on this end. Okay. Okay. I'm going to start with my little short piece here. This one here. Right? Right. And we're off on this one now. Woo-hoo. Yeehaw. Right. Okay. Okay, everybody, if you like what you're seeing, if you haven't done so already, please like and subscribe. Hit the bell by the subscribe button to get instantly notified when I schedule more live YouTube events. Getting a lot of fabric there. So I can put these two over here now. Okay. So when I get down to this, I'm halfway done. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more, 8 more strips to sew onto this piece, and it will be halfway done. Okay, so next is a 1/2 and 1/2, a 50-50. So what is here? And I'm going to do this one next. Okay. And this one I will cut right down the middle, a 50-50, 2.5 inch strip. Okay. I'm going to sew it at each end to this strip. hands are wanting to cramp for some reason. That's not good. It's too early. I'm only a little over halfway through this live stream, so behave. I'll have to go take some ibuprofen or something, I guess. Now. Okay. So, I gotta trim some of these because it's gonna drive me insane. Or do I? Nah, I'll leave them on there for now. Okay. Now this one. Let's get straight. Okay. I need me a drink of Diet Pepsi. And check a couple things right here. I'm still not getting updated chat for some reason. What if I popped it out? Would that help? Oh, that may have fixed my thing. Oh, okay. That worked. Okay. Hi, Beverly. Yes. Welcome, everybody. No, Linda, it doesn't matter which end you put the 1/4 and 3/4 inch strip on. It really doesn't matter. Because you're just going to flip them. I've just been flipping them is what I've been doing. Oh, Donna, right now I am using two 40 strip jelly rolls to make a queen size quilt top. It'll measure approximately 80 by 84, something like that. And it's kind of a bargello style, but it's not a true bargello. They're just large strips. Yeah, so once this is over with, I will take some good shots of all these quilt tops, but there's no way to do that here tonight. That's just not possible. So, next I am going to, okay, that was a 50-50. So next I'm going to do a 1/4 and 3/4 cut strip. And I will put the 3/4 on right up here first because there is a 1/4 right there. So I'm alternating them. That's what I'm doing. Let's see here. This is the next color on the Price is Right. Right here. Okay, and I'm going to do a 1/4 and 3/4, right? Right. Okay. So for a 1/4 and 3/4, you open up a strip. There's the fold line. Fold it in half up to that fold line and give it a snip. That's all there is to it. Easy peasy. And then fold, that was the 1/4 strip. Here's the 3/4 strip. Okay. And now I'm going to start with the 3/4 though, because I used the 1/4 first on the previous stitch down of this scenario. So, as you can see, there's a 1/4 inch strip. Oops. Move this out of the way. So what it is there's a 1/4 and a half, and now I'm going to do a 3/4 and then a half and then a 1/4. You get it? I'm just alternating it. That's what I'm doing. Super easy. I like it. I like everything when it's easy to do for this kind of stuff. That's for sure. Okay. Next will be a 50-50. Okay. So, and I just did this one and this one. This is next. $50-50. Just cut it right on the fold line. And half a strip on each end of this one. Doesn't matter at all where you start. Just want to make sure you do a wide enough stitch so the selvages are cut off. Which means about ½ inch. That's usually enough to get the selvages off. Okay. Then, since it's 50-50, there's no strips to flip. And we're just going to start up here at our nice straight edge and sew it down. Okay. And another one's done. Not the quilt top, just a strip. But it's starting to get bigger. Okay. We now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 strips sewn across, which is basically 2 jelly strips. Basically, it's 2 jelly strips down each one of these long rows. Okay. So that was that one. This one is next. This is a 1/4 and a 3/4 strip. We're going to trim. Okay, I'll put the quarter on first. Doesn't really matter. It was just what was on top. Excuse me. Then on the other end of this one, I'll put the 3/4 of a strip and sew it on. Okay, now it is time for a quarter first. Excuse me. I'm going to try to sew this strip on. I'm going to go take some Advil. This weather is playing havoc on my back. Okay. Once I get to the halfway mark, I'm going to do the other half as a separate unit so I don't have all that bulk. Almost there to this one. What happened there? Oh, I ran out of Serger thread again. How far back do I gotta go? Yeah. One of my loopers ran out. It's not happy. Holy Toledo. How far back do I got to go? I think it's, wow, I gotta go way back. Is that right there? I think that's good there. Hold on. Gotta go to right here. Okay. So I'm going to restitch that one because I wasn't paying attention and one of my looper threads ran out. So let me go grab another cone of Serger thread. Oy. Oy. Okay. There we go. And we'll just get this puppy threaded right back up. Okay. Upper looper this time. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. That was quick. And there we go. Da-do, da-do, da-do. Woohoo! Okay. Come on, you. Trying to get all my threads. All the slack out of them. I just unthreaded one of my needles. Thank you so much, Richard. But never fear, Baby Lock is here. Okay. So, see if I can do this. No, I can't. So, that's why we have this little jewel. And it's threaded. Sometimes I try to thread it the old-fashioned, the way I used to before I had the air threaders on the Triumph. But you know what? I'm just not going to do that anymore. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, here we go. Ready to rock and roll, so to speak. Now, where do I need to pick this back up at? About right here. Okay, now we're rocking and a rolling. Perfect. Okay. And that was a quarter. So next is a half and half. Let me just finish this one and this one. Okay. So I'm just going to mix these two up by turning that upside down. Okay. Okay, yes. Yes. So this will be a 50-50. A 50-50 means I cut a strip in half. Okay. And then that will go right onto here. Rajo. 10-4. Okay. All right. So the next will be a 1/4, 3/4 strip. And I will put the 3/4 strip at the beginning this time. Okay. So that was that. This is this. Rajo. 1/4, 3/4. 1/4 and 3/4 strip. 1/4 of a strip and 3/4 of a strip. However you want to say it. Okay. And I just did that again, so I will cut another one. That was a half and a half. Okay, 1/4 of a strip. right there. 1/4 of a strip, and that leaves me 3/4 of a strip. Okay, now we're good to rock and roll. Okay, so here's my little quarter piece. And this is my 3/4 piece going on. Yes, right there like that. Nope, this piece. It's a selvage end. And then I'm going to sew the 3/4 on first. Right? Right. There is a 1/4 inch strip, so a 1/4 of a strip, a 1/2 of a strip, and now a 3/4 of a strip. Okay. Okay. So, next is, let's see, I just used these two. Yeah, I really don't want those two next to each other, but I guess I will. It's all good. It's all good. 1/2 and 1/2 is next. 1/2 and 1/2. I already have that one cut. 1/2 and 1/2. Half and half. half of a strip and half of a strip on each end of a full strip, half and half. I'm getting giddy, everybody. Oh, I know what it is. I am like severely caffeine crashing. That's what it is. I get that way when I am like, I have zero caffeine in my system. Not pretty. So when I finish this one and the next one, I'm going to take a break, make some coffee. Whew, you get the drill. And then we'll come back. When I come back, I will do the other half of this quilt top, and we will have number 5 complete. Really, number 5 is like 2 of these. So really, this one could be considered 2 quilt tops, but we're not going to do that. This will be number 5. Which means by midnight, Central Standard Time, I have to make at least 3 more quilt. It's only 5:13 here. No problem. No problemo. Piece of cake. Ooh, I still have birthday cake. No, I dare not. I dare not. That's pure sugar. I do not need that. I'm good. I will not do that. I'll probably have Greek yogurt after about around midnight or so tonight. Actually, I will take a dinner break after I finish this quilt completely. This quilt top I'm working on. I'll take a break and have some good old homemade chili, because that sounds really good. I tell you what, this one is giving my arms a workout, let me tell you. Oh my goodness. I'll have arm muscles I never thought I could get back after this quilt top. Okay. Okay, one more, then break time. One more strip, then break time. And this will be a what? This will be a 1/4 and a 3/4 strip. So, I'm not going to mess this one up. And I really didn't mess the others up because I was able to go ahead and use them. But I need to cut a 1/4 of a strip, open, match the edge to the fold line, snip, and now sew that those 2 pieces to each end of this. Okay. This fabric reminds me so much of summer because it's got all those nice, bright, colorful patterns and stuff in it. Just reminds me of summer for some reason. This reminds me way more summer than looking out the window behind me, that's for sure. Because it is snowy, 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 snowy. So, I need to start off with the quarter strip on this go round. Right? Yes, quarter strip. Shorty goes on first on this one. Okay. Almost to the end of the strip. Woohoo! Woohoo! Dun 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 dun. I can already taste that cup of coffee. I need caffeine. The Diet Pepsi just isn't cutting it. I need my real coffee caffeine. Here we go. We're almost there. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. All right. Perfect. So, this is half of my quilt top. Right there. It's 20 strips. And remember, for this one here, it's just 32. So I'm not sure what size that is going to be. But it will probably have to be a quilt where this here would be the top edge of it up like this, and the stripes will probably run that way. Okay, so put these two on here. What happened there? Okay, whatever. So there we go. Now, this is for the second half of my quilt. When I return from my break, folks, I'm having to get up and stretch my legs and my back because my back is getting fired up. That's all this is, just so you know. So, where is my chat window? There it is. It was hiding on me. Mindy, I'm right there with you. I am going to pay for this tomorrow. I can tell you that. Coffee and chill time. I'll be back here in about 15 minutes. And I'll do a quick show and tell from back here. So I've got 4 quilt tops up. Anyway, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm going to put this into the comment section. Break. Back in 15. There we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. So I've only got I've got another 6.5 hours to go. That's all. Just another 6.5. That's all. Oh. I had a strip in my lap. Oh, that would be fun to place back where it's supposed to. Doesn't matter. Okay. Our microphone. Okay. Maybe while I'm gone, I'll load that up there where you can see those 4 quilt tops I've already done. some coffee. Clean up this. I'm getting covered. What I call fabric dust. Check this out. Yes. Yes, my little Triumph Serger sports car. My little Triumph sports car here. You will get a good cleaning. But this night is over, I promise. Okay, so. Tanya, I'm going to tell you right now, I am seriously struggling. It's rough. It is rough, yes. Let me get some coffee down the hatch and I'll be better. Awesome. Oh, Marianne, yes, I'm exhausted. I will actually, my back is really flared up. So I will be taking possibly 2 muscle relaxers when I turn in tonight. And I'll sleep until noon or 1 in the afternoon or something like that. I don't know. I say that now. Sometimes when I have to take one of those things, I don't sleep hardly at all. So we'll see. I'm thinking I've blown through a lot of my pre-cuts. So I'm thinking ahead of this one. I have my bag of strips. That bag of strips would make at least 4 more of these. Plus I have a jelly roll of batiks. I have a package of layer cakes laying over there. And a package of, another package, I have a bunch of fat quarters. I could cheat and just make one quilt top out of nothing but fat quarters. That just might happen tonight. I wonder what that would look like. Has anybody ever done that? I've never done that before. That might be a first for tonight. It will depend where my number is at. I will have 8 quilt tops done before midnight, preferably 9. Okay. So, I'm going to get started again. Now, here is my half of a quilt top. And where did I lead off? Did I lead off with a quarter? Correct. So that means I need a half-half for this next one needs to start with a half and a half, and then it'll be good to go. Now these, since I pulled these off in order, my other half of the strips, I'm going to flip it back here and start again. Is that what I want to do? I am not sure. Yes, I am sure. That is what I'm going to do. Yes. Okay. So this is... I'm thinking, do I want to do that? Yeah, I do. 50-50. This is going to be a 50-50. Here we go. We'll see how I feel in about 4 hours. I'm good at least until 10, okay? I am determined to do this. Okay, so here we go. half on that end, and half on this end. That doesn't look right. What happened? You know what? It's all good. That was a serendipity moment. I think it's more like 1/3 and 2/3. But you know what? It's all good. I'm going to let it fly. Okay. Then I'm going to do this one. I'm going to do 1/4 and 3/4, and I'm going to lead with the 3/4. When I say lead, I mean that's where I'm going to start sewing at when I sew the two strips together. So 1/4 and 3/4. Hey, at least I didn't mess that one up. The caffeine's already starting to kick in. Okay. 1/4. And 3/4. Right there. Okay. So do this one here on this one. Okay. And if the measurements on this aren't right, I'm going to add more to the top and the bottom of it to make it where I want it. Since I have 0 of this fabric, if I have to do that, I will have to get creative in my story. Next, I'm going to do 50-50. Okay. This second half, I'm going to mix it up just a little bit occasionally, like right now. Okay, 50-50. I'm not even going to look at the other half because I don't want this to even remotely match it. I want it to be a little different. That adds to the serendipity of the whole piece. add this one. Since that's a 50-50, it doesn't really matter as far as which side I start with. Right now my chat window is working again, so that's a good thing. Woo-wee. And we're going to keep on rolling, keep on a surging, making them quilt tops. This is quilt top number 5 that we're on. The next one I make is going to be one of these styles out of my scrap bag. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to randomly pick a 2.5 inch strip out of my scrap bag and not plan it one bit. And it's just going to happen like it's going to happen. So the others I've made, like this tonight, I have actually grouped colors together. When I do the next quilt after this one I'm working on, it is just going to be the most random collection of fabric you've ever seen. Because I will not look in the bag when I pull a strip out. I don't know, there's probably at least, there's over 200, at least 200 strips in that bag. At least. Okay. Here's that one. And then I'm going to do this one. And this would be a 1/4 and a 3/4 inch cut strip, right? Yes, and I'll lead with the 1/4 inch this time. The 1/4 of a strip is what will be my lead strip. So I reached for my scissors. I was going to snip it in half. Okay. Right on the fold line. And I did snip it in half. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I snipped it in half. So I'll save this for the next one. And now I'll do the 1/4 of a strip and the 3/4 of a strip. How many times have I done that on this quilt? I don't know. I have totally lost count. But it's all good because it'll work out in the end. There we go. Okay. So, now we're going to do this. And down here we'll do this. Come here, you. Don't you try to run off. You're getting sewn into this quilt. There is no escape. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now, then we'll start with a 1/4. That's the short end there. Right there. Don't fall on the floor, please. Not yet. Let me get you all lined up first so you can be sewn in. You want to be part of the group. And you are. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, now it's a part of the group. It belongs to the family. It belongs to the fabric family. Another one bites the dust. 16 more to go. There's 4 sewn together. I'm in countdown mode on this one. This one is kicking my butacus, let me tell you. The next contestant on the surging strip is right. Okay. So this will be a 50-50, which I've already cut from the last go-round erroneously. But we're going to use it now, so waste not, want not. Right? Right. That's right, Richard. How right you are. Oh, please, more caffeine. Here we go. Okay. Hey, Puffy. I hear your jangles. What you doing, Bobo? Where you at? Come here. There you are. Come here, sugar. Come here. I haven't given you much loving today. Come here. Yes, who's my good boy? Yes, you are. Yes, I know. We'll play later. Okay? Yes, you're a good dog. Yes, you are. Okay. Daddy loves you. Oh, gosh, he went to get his rat baby. Puffin's favorite stuffed animal is his rat baby. It looks like a rat. And he talks to it and carries it around like it is his baby. He doesn't try to... One of the few toys he has not destroyed is his rat baby. He loves his rat baby. He loves it so much we had to buy a spare to keep in a cupboard in case something happens to that one. Okay. So when I get this one done, what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab my tote bag full of all those 2.5-inch strips, and I'm just going to keep my eyes shut and pull them up and count out 40 on the table, and those are the 40 that will be in the next quilt top. There could be Superman in there. There could be cows. There could be kitties. There could be beautiful florals. There's no way to tell. And what it is what it will be. We'll just call that one our mystery quilt for tonight. That will be our mystery quilt. Ooh, it's 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. Only 6 more hours to go. Woohoo! I'm so excited. I really am. Okay, it's all downhill from here. Okay, so this one's going to be next. And let's see, that was a 50-50. Right? Yes, so the next one is a 1/4 and a 3/4. Let's see if I can get it right this time. Here will be the 1/4, and the rest will be the 3/4. Okay. open this strip. Flip that around to the selvage. Okay, then I'm going to lead with the quarter this time, right? You look at this. No. I'm going to lead with the 3/4 this time, right? Right. Okay. Okay, these are wanting to just shift right off the table. I tell you, if you put a rotary cutting mat by your machine or whatever, it will not, nothing slides on that, even with vibration. Yes, Little Puffin is the first Yorkie I have ever owned in my life. And boy, I have certainly missed out, because he is probably the most intelligent dog I've had the honor of having in my life. He is smart. I mean, he is so smart. Not saying that because he's my dog, but he is a smart little animal. I don't know where some vets will say, oh, a dog's memory only lasts for like 15 or 20 seconds. No. Not this one. No. Another one on there. Next is 50/50. Okay. We'll go with that. I like this one. I do like red. It's a cool color. Well, I don't mean temperature-wise, it's not cool. It's a very warm color. But I like that color. I like red. Red just makes, whether it's in home decorating or in a garment or on a quilt, it makes everything else just pop. Okay, so this one doesn't matter. Just stitch it down and get it done. Let's just get it done. Get it done, Richard. Oops. Drop my end. There we go. Okay. Okay. What on earth did I just do? Oy vey. So, I have to cut this because it's the wrong side. And then I'll just restitch it. And keep on moving. It's no biggie. There we go. There's where it should be. And we're back. Easy peasy. Something tells me I may have to do it on the other end too. If I do, it's okay. No big woo. Nothing to fret or freak out over. Things happen at a cocktail party. Just go with the flow, have fun, and don't worry about it. Nope, that one's right. That first one I sewed on backwards. Oh, Nancy, I honestly believe he does try to talk sometimes. I'm waiting for him to actually talk to me as a human. But it is hilarious, some of the things he figures out on his own. We are looking to get a second Yorkie to keep him occupied and company here in this big old Victorian mansion, and which is also our shop. Yeah, it's a lot of space for just one little dog to run around in, and I think he would love to have a playmate, so we are viewing those possibilities. Okay. We'll do this one next. And next will be a quarter and a 3/4, and the quarter will be up here at the top. Okay. Quarter and 3/4. There. There's the shorty. That's what I'm going to start with. Okay. See, personally, I like to have 3 or 4 Yorkies. But my better half won't agree to that one. Maybe one. I mean, one puffing can be a handful at times, but it couldn't be any. I can't see that it would be any. Once you have one, if you have 2 or 3 or 4, it just. I don't think it'd be any difference as far as that goes. I mean, his little stuffed, his baby, his rat baby, that's what we call it. He grunts and talks to it and cleans it and licks it like it really is his baby, so I think he would do well with another one. But until COVID is over, I don't see any sense in getting another dog. Or at least until the vaccine's more widely dispersed. Okay, now then, I'm not going to put that one next to that, but I will do that one right there. Okay, this one will be next, right here, and that was a quart, so this is a 50-50, half and half. Half and half, half on each end. Okay. Good point, Linda. I won't even tell you what our yearly vet bill is just for little Puffy. But he's worth it. And that's all I'll say on that one. I don't think he would like a cat. That's why we really haven't thought about that. Plus, with all the yarn and everything in the shop, can you imagine? A kitty would just go, it would be in cat heaven in this place. We had thought about that as well. I just don't think, because he is a terrier and, you know, they're little hunters. I don't think that would go over well. And we cut his hair, except once a year he goes to a groomer and he gets a schnauzer cut for the summer. Okay. Hi, Marianne. Hi, Kathleen. Howdy. Okay. I am working on quilt top number 5. It's about 3/4 of the way complete. Back here behind me are the 4 I've already done today. Turn this camera down just a notch. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Okay. Whew. I'm going to have put a little more caffeine into my system. This is, it just turned 6, so that would be, this is hour number 12, I think? No, it's not, 10. Been doing this right now for a little over 10 hours. We'll be on here until midnight Central Standard Time tonight. Woohoo! Thank you, Mindy. You're awesome. Okay, so next is going to be a 1/4 and a 3/4 split. And I'm going to do, which fabric am I going to do next? Let's see here. I'm going to do this one next. 1/4, 3/4 split. 1/4, 3/4 split. Okay. Fold it in half to the fold line. And then snip the top. There's my 1/4 of a strip and my 3/4 of a strip. I'm just going to sew them to both ends of this one. Doesn't matter which one goes where at this stage of the game. Okay. Okay. And the 3/4. I just want to make sure I line up the actual selvage edges and trim that off while I'm serging them. Okay. Now this one will be the 3/4 starting at the top. This one. Okay. So my next one will be a 50-50 split on the off-white fabric. We'll do that red one next. We'll do a 50-50 split. Snip it right here at the fold line. Okay. Okay. There we go. My eyes were playing tricks on me. My southern accents came out a little bit more than usual over the last few days because I started watching the entire series of Designing Women again, and that always does it to me. Yeah. I just love Suzanne Sugarbaker. Love that character. And she is a character. Oh my goodness. She is something else. Okay. Keep on surging on. Woohoo! Okay, another one joins the family of fabric straps. Whoop-de-doop-a-doo, yeehaw! The pile of strips available keeps getting smaller. So the next one would be, what would the next one be, Richard? It would be, so there's a half, a three-quarter, a quarter and a three-quarter, quarter at the top, quota at the top. Oops, hold on you. Do I want you yet though? Yeah, you'd look good there. You can come there and play, I guess. Let me see here. It's all good. Okay. So 1/4 and 3/4. Okay. Quarter and 3/4. 10/4. Get back up there. And the 1/4 goes up to the top on this one. What's that? No. Y'all go up there and behave now. You definitely don't want those scissors to come off the table and land on your foot. That could require, they are so sharp, that could possibly require an emergency room visit. I sliced my hand open on them one time. Okay. Let's get this bad boy going here. There's that one. Woohoo. I'm going to count and see where we're at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 8 more to go. And then I'll sew the 2 halves together, and this one will be a part of Surgeathon history. Okay, so this will be a 50-50. And this one's ready to stitch down now. That's good. Haven't had a funny feeling start to it, but it's good. I did it again. I ran out of a cone of thread. Wow. So, and that is the lower looper this time. Alrighty then. So let me just get this chained off a little bit. There we go. Now. That's good. Okay. And we're going to get another cone of thread and put in our beautiful Triumph serger. Okay. Oh. And click. Lower looper, L for lower. And there it is, threaded with the push of a button. Isn't that just amazing? As many times as I have used my Baby Lock sergers, every time I push that button to thread the loopers, I'm just amazed. Every single time. Okay. Every single time. Okay. Okay. So now I will start this seam over where I ran out of one of my looper threads right here. And we're back on the road again. It's that easy. Easy peasy. And Baby Lock has like 6, I think, sergers in the lineup that have the air threading. I don't know, sometimes I just do that force of habit. Because the knife on the serger will trim all that for us. There's another one attached. Oh, Nancy, you don't go back. You can't go backwards on a serger. So, what it is, they are locked. So, since I know I'm going to be sewing down the edges of them this way once I start quilting, you do not have to do that with a serger. No, you can't do it with a serger. That's only on a sewing machine. Okay. Where is my top piece? It's right here. And this is going to be a 1/4 and 3/4. I will lead with the 3/4. That would be this one right here. Yes. You may just need to get a new blade, Linda, because if you've hit pins or anything like that, it happens. I've done it. Yeah, that'll totally ruin the edge of a cutting blade on your serger. You can get those from any baby lock retailer. I try to be very careful anymore when I have stuff pinned to not cut through it on the serger knife blade. After you have to replace a blade a couple of times because of that, you'll learn not to do it, trust me. Okay. That's not right. Do you see what I just did there? I put a 50-50 on and I needed a 1/4, so I'm not going to put that one on next. So, let me have a look-see here. I will put on... I'm going to put one of these on from the bottom of the pile next. Okay. I'm going to put on this one with a 1/4 and 3/4 cut strip. If I remember. I get to jabber jawing and I totally lose track of what I'm doing as far as the cutting part. I wouldn't think fleece would dull it. I really don't. I don't know. I mean, over time, any of them will dull as far as that goes. Okay. I honestly don't know if you can just have the blade resharpened. I would probably just put on a new blade if it were me. When you buy one of the baby lock sergers, it comes with an extra blade, just in case. You do what I did and run over a straight pin with it and have to replace it. Okay. Now I want to I'm going to do the 3/4 on the top. Okay. Right? Right. 3/4 other strip on top. Okay. Woohoo! At about the end of the strip. Okay. And next would be a 50-50, which I've already made from a previous boo-boo. Right here. Yes, this is number 5. This is quilt top number 5, but it's a big one. This one should count as 2, because it's twice as big as these others. Yes, this is the largest one that I am making tonight. I used two 40 strip jelly rolls, total of 80 strips for this quilt. I tell you, last night the plows were out almost all night. There hasn't been one plow go by today, and it's been snowing pretty good since noon. I don't think that's a good sign. I don't think we'll be going anywhere for a few days. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Next would be what would it be? would be this is time for a quarter, 3/4 with the 1/4 on top. Do this one next. Okay. So 1/4, 3/4. Right there. Okay. 1/4, 3/4, that's right. Okay. That's correct. Some of these, this light colored fabric, it is like white on white or cream on white or whatever. Sometimes it's really hard to tell which one is the right side. Okay. There's that one. And then I'm going to do a 50-50 next. So I'm going to multitask and hope I don't mess stuff up by going ahead and prepping my next one as well. So I'm going to do this one next. Right here. Right? No, I'm not. I'm going to do this one next, right here. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. This would be a 50-50. Okay. 50-50. There we go. On this one. Okay. So first I'm going to put this one on 1/4 on top. Right here like so. And we're off. Okay. another one ready to sew right back on. Right here, and it's a 50-50. This was a 1/4 and 3/4, so here's a 50-50. Do, 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 do. This one here, oops, right here, right there, right there. That is called a rail fence, if that's what you're asking about, Dolores. It's real easy to make, super easy. That was just made out of one jelly roll of fabric. Forgot to stip those. There we go. Let go. Ew. Okay. Keep on surging on. Woohoo! Surge-o-rama. Okay. It's getting so close to having the second half done. And then all I have to do is sew the two halves together, and this one will be considered complete. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3 more strips to go. Oh my goodness. So let me see what I have here. I want to put in a which one do I want here? This one is next. Ten-4. And next is a what? What is next? It is a 1/4, 3/4 with a 3/4 at the top. Okay. 1/4, 3/4, 1/4, 3/4. Quarter, 3/4, with the 1/4 at the top. The next would be this one, which is a half and half. Woohoo, it's 7 o'clock Central Time. 5 hours to go. Woohoo! It's all downhill from here. It's just gonna fly by. Okay, so this is the, it's for this one, the 50-50. Come on. Come on. Okay. 50-50. There's the 50-50. And then this one will be a quarter and a quarter. A quarter and 3/4 for this one. This is the last one. I'm just going to go ahead and get them pre-made. Quarter and 3/4. Quarter and 3/4. Okay. Now then. Okay. This one's next. And this is a quarter, 3/4. Which one goes first? It would be the 3/4 at the top on this one. Right there. What the heck is going on there? Oh, let's see. It's all good. There we go. Nope. I thought something was amiss. I broke a needle thread. So guess what that means? I'm going to have to go back, I think, and re-seam. How far back? The entire entire seam. I knew it started off kind of funky in the beginning. I should have stopped and took a closer look. Oh well, it's okay. Okay, so I'm going to rethread my needle. Raise that presser foot first. There we go. Get a good clean cut. Needle is now threaded. Okay. And we can redo this seam. Yeah, it's doing like it's supposed to now. It's looking purty. Purty, purty. There we go. Ooh-wee. Two more to go for this half. Just two more to go. Two more to go. And this would be a 50-50, so it doesn't matter which end I start with, because they're both exactly the same. Okay. Just a little bit tired. That's all. Just a wee little bit. Ooh-wee. Speaking of tired, it's caffeine time. God, I'd hate to spill this cup of Java on this beautiful quilt top. Ugh, that was good. I needed that. Okay. Okay. Keep on surging on. Do 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 do. Keep on surging on. Do do dee do dee do. I'm so not funny. And one more strip to go for this half to be complete, and then I can join the two halves and it's done. Quilt top number 5, which should really be counted 5 and 6, but we'll just count it as number 5. Oh, I see feathers and bubbles and modified paisleys and just all kinds of fun things in this one. This will be a fun one to quilt. So the 1/4 inch at the top on this one. Oi, there we go. There and there. Okay. And we're off. 2 more seams, and this puppy is complete. I just got to cut you off because you're just strangling way too long. You got too many janglies. There we go. Okay. Way to go, Donna. Woohoo. You go, girl. Okay. Or you sew, girl. That's better. Okay. Okay. Now to join the 2 halves. and this one will be complete. Let's see here. Right there, I think. Right? Right. Right there. There's the two halves. That's a lot of weight. This is going to be fun. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's time for more ibuprofen. Woo. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. The final seam on quilt top number 5 and 6. No, I mean number 5. Okay. Where's my foot pedal at? Come here, gas pedal. There you go. Okay. Okay. And here it goes. Here we go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do. Do do. Do do. Do do. Bum bum. Bum bum. Ba-dum. Ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. All right, enough of that. Okay. Come on, you. Line up. Behave. That's right. Right here like this. You have to behave. Okay. It's a little better. I need a bigger table out this way to support this where it'll lay flatter as I'm sewing, but it is what it is. I need one of them big koala tables is what I need. What do you think? I'm getting close. It's been a lot to handle. There we go. A lot of bulk to handle it has. Yes, indeedy. Okay. Oh, I'm so close. Oh, oh my goodness, I'm so close. Like another 6 or 7 inches of sewing, and it's done. Except for a little trimming, but that'll happen later. I'm calling this puppy done. D-O-N-E, done. Now, okay, so 2 jelly rolls, 1 quilt top, okay, and there it is. Just grab it up like this, you'll be able to see it better, I think. If I take this thing off, you definitely will. It's catching on it. There. Okay. Here we go. I'm just going to rotate it like this. Move it on down. Oops. And now for a rough measurement. Let's see here. It is 1, 2, 3, 80 by, let's see here, 80 by, this will be closer, 2, 3, 80 by 84 approximately. So I made for a nice size. If you wanted it bigger, you could stick a border around it. I cannot hang this up there. It will knock it over because it is heavy. I am going to take, yes, another break and decide exactly how I'm going to do my, oh, I already said how we do that, but I will take a short break and be right back. The little boy's room is calling. Okay. Oh, thank you, everybody. I tell you what, on my last break, I just came up with this in my head. I was trying to think how to make those jelly rolls like we did a week ago Thursday, how to make those bigger. And this is what I came up with, and I think it's going to be beautiful. Because, I mean, look on the edge of it here. This is going to be beautiful when that happens. Ginger, for me, there's no such thing as a short nap. If I went and took like an hour nap, I'd be up until 5 o'clock in the morning. And I don't want to do that. But I'm going to go take a 15-minute break, and I will be right back, and we'll start with quilt top number 6. I'm going to leave that sitting right there. Move it over here and maybe up on the table so y'all can see it while I'm gone. It was a lot of fun. Whew, that was a lot of sewing. I emptied out 2 cones of Serger thread, but they were already pretty low, but yeehaw, I'm happy about that as well. But there it is. Right here. And there we go. Be back shortly. just going to set this one over here to the side. So that's 5 quilt tops so far. Here comes number 6. Okay, so let's get this locked and loaded. I have 3 quilt tops to piece in the next 4 hours and 20 minutes. And I will get it done. So here's my big bag of 2.5-inch cut strips. It's full from here all the way down to here. There's a minimum of 200. I'm going to set it on the floor beside me. I'm going to reach down and pull out a strip. I'm going to pull out 40, one at a time. So there's one for the next quilt top. And 2. Whatever comes out is going in this one. It was solid gray. 3. Do I have to use that? Yes, I will. And 4, right? There's 4. Not looking in the bag. There's 5. There's 6. Has snowmen on it. Look at that one. And 7. Right? I can't count. There's 4, 5, 6, and 7. Ooh, and 8. That's a bright one. Let's see here. 9. Oh, it's got woodstock on it. How cute is that? Little wood stalks going in that. Oh, I keep losing my count here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And one more. We'll make 10. Okay, 30 more to go. 1. Oh, another one of those. 2. 3. It's got wolves on it. Oh, I'm trying to get down into the bottom to get some. 1, 2, 3. 4, it's got some hummingbirds. 5, nope, I already did one of those. I don't want any repeats. 5, 6, 7, 'm going to have to look at this so I can put to the side what I know I've already picked out. 8, 9, 10. This has toasted cheese Sams on it. There's 20. Okay. There's 1. Digging for something fresh. Whatever it is, I don't care. So there's 1. There's 2. 3. Got one of those. I think I have one of those. There's several of those. Is that the same as that? Yep. Okay. Some big polka dots. Did I have one of those? That looks kind of familiar. Yes, I did. All right. So I have 1, 2, 3. There's 4. Oh, and I'm getting down to some fresh stuff we haven't seen. There's 5. Oh, that's a cute one. Buttons, 6. Seven. Here's 8. 9 has some barns on it. 10. Okay, 10 more to go. 11. 12. No, wait. 1, 2. We're counting 10 stacks. There's 10. There's 2. There's 3. Four. 5. 6. That actually says Star Wars on it. There's 6. 7. 8. 9. 1 more. And there's the lucky winner. And there's 10 for that pile. There's 40 strips. I still have tons of strips. Plus I have a pile in the floor of duplicates of what I have on the table. So, let me pick these up off the floor, get them back in the bag. Okay. Set that one to the side. And we're ready to start quilt top number 6. And I'm just going to put these in one big pile. There are no duplicates. So whatever gets sewn together, gets sewn together. I'm going to push my keyboard back and I'm just going to mix them up like a tossed salad. Okay? And then I'm just going to grab. I'm not going to look at the pile when I grab. I'm just going to start sewing them together. So this one I will cut in half. Well, wait a minute. I thought I had it no, whatever. I'm going to cut this one in half. Just going to go for it. Just going to do it. Okay. I get rid of my scraps from the last one. My trimmings. And that one I won't use. There's my half strip to start off with. And we're going to start serging. Surgeon, surgeon, surgeon USA. And now we're on step 1 of our beloved jelly roll quilt, like this. It'll be interesting to see just what this actually looks like. I think we'll all be surprised. It probably won't look too bad. There definitely won't be any repeats in the fabric whatsoever. That's for sure. Okay. Get this back. There we go. You back. There we go. Well, I would have done that, DJ. However, I was going to make so many quilt tops, and it was pretty much going to be unplanned, basically, for each one.